Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. I thought I was getting paid to pretend to be trapped in a haunted asylum until a man came through a staff-only door that nobody admits exists. I am not sending this to the police. I am sending it to you because I do not know what else to do with it anymore. On paper, this is just a seasonal job I had one October in a warehouse off the interstate outside Columbus. It was called the Riverside Fear Complex. People bought tickets, parked in the gravel lot under buzzing orange lights, stood in line taking selfies and vaping, while fake screams and chainsaws echoed out of the bay doors. Inside all of that, I was just another actor. A girl in a torn hospital gown, strapped to a metal bed in the West Wing Asylum, paid $12 an hour to scream on cue. They told me it was safe. They said the restraints were for show, that there were cameras in every room, that supervisors were always in the hallway. They said guests were not allowed to touch us, and we were never really alone. I believed them the first night, when the leather cuffs clicked shut around my wrists and ankles, and I could still hear Rick's voice on the radio right outside the door. But there is a difference between being scared on purpose and realizing the fear is no longer part of the script. For me, that line snapped the night the wrong door opened. Not the one the customers used, with the flickering exit sign over it. The other one. The door in the wall to my left, with the little staff-only sign that, according to every manager I have spoken to since, was locked the entire time I was in that room. My name is Emily. I am 23 years old, and if you are hearing this, it is because I finally hit send on an email I have rewritten too many times to count. I live just outside Columbus, Ohio, in a third-floor walk-up that smells like dust and old cooking oil in the stairwell. I am not sending this to the police. I am sending it to your channel because I do not know what to do with it anymore, and I am tired of being the only person who knows it happened. I need to say this clearly before anything else. I cannot prove any of it. There is no clean security footage I can point to, no license plate I memorized, no neat story arc where somebody got arrested. On paper, this is just a seasonal job I had one October at a haunted house outside the city. Some weird glitches in their camera system, and a few late-night drives home where I got spooked. If you tried to turn it into a report, it would sound stupid. That is part of what scares me. The worst parts never made it into any kind of official record, and they never will. Right now, it is 12:23 a.m., according to the little clock at the corner of my laptop screen. I am sitting at a small fake wood kitchen table that wobbles when I lean on it, in the only real room this apartment has that is not a bathroom. There is one overhead light on, a soft yellow that makes everything look a little more tired than it already is. The fridge behind me has that low, constant hum it gets when the compressor kicks in. Just loud enough that I notice it once I start listening for it. Under the living room window, the AC unit rattles a little every time it cycles on, throws a strip of cold air across the floor, then sighs itself off again. Outside the glass, I can hear the occasional whoosh of a car passing on the main road at the end of the complex. It is not a busy street this late, just the odd delivery van or someone cutting through to the highway. When they go by, their tires hiss on the pavement and the headlights smear briefly across my ceiling if the angle is just right. It is the kind of background noise you stop noticing after a few months, until something happens that makes you suddenly aware of every sound a car can make. I keep glancing at the door, even though I know it is locked, deadbolt and chain. Old habit. I did not used to be like this. A year ago, I could fall asleep on the couch with the TV still on and wake up without thinking once about what was happening in the parking lot below my window. That changed last October, on the nights I spent in a warehouse off the interstate where people paid good money to be scared on purpose. That is the story I am trying to tell you. How a fun Halloween job made it so I still tense up every time an engine slows down under my building. I am going to try not to get lost in the details, but some of them matter more than they should. The place was called Riverside Fear Complex, one of those big haunted attractions that pop up in old industrial buildings every fall. You have probably seen ads for places like it. Grainy photos of people screaming, chainsaws in the dark, Ohio's scariest Halloween experience in dripping red letters. For 3 weekends that month, I worked there as an actor. My role was simple on paper. Lie on a metal hospital bed in the West Wing Asylum section. Let them strap my wrists and ankles down with leather cuffs and scream for strangers as they filed past. I was told it was safe. I signed a waiver, sat through a training talk where they explained the rules. Guests were not allowed to touch us. We were not allowed to touch them. There were cameras in every room, supervisors in the hallways, radios on their hips. If something went wrong, someone would be there in seconds. I believed that, or I wanted to. I remember actually thinking, the first time they buckled the straps around my wrists, that it was almost funny how fake it felt. Like I was borrowing someone else's fear for a paycheck. If all you want is the short version, it is this. There was one night where the wrong door opened while I was tied to that bed. Not the door with the exit sign over it that the customers came through. The other door, the one with a little staff-only sign that, according to every person who works there, was locked the entire time I was on shift. A man came through that door, wearing clothes that did not match any costume in the building, and a mask that did not belong to any of the characters on the map. He put his hands on the straps that were keeping me from sitting up. Nobody stopped him. And then there was a car. Or maybe I should say, there was a particular car, because there are a lot of cars in Columbus, and silver sedans are not exactly rare. This one just kept showing up where it had no reason to be. In the gravel lot after my shift when most people had left. In my rear view mirror all the way from the warehouse to town. On an empty road when I took an exit I almost never used. Weeks later, long after I quit that job, a car with the same dent in the same place rolled slowly past my mom's house at 3 a.m, captured by the Ring doorbell camera she had installed for peace of mind. That is what this is going to be about. A haunted house that was not supposed to be dangerous. A man who found a way into the one room where I could not get up and walk away. And a car that seemed to learn my roots home better than my own muscles did. I am going to try to tell it in the order it happened, even if my head does not remember it that way anymore. My head tends to jump straight to engines now, and doors, and that feeling you get when you realize you have just run out of places to pretend you are still in control. I know you get a lot of stories, I have watched your videos on my phone with the volume too low, lying in bed while the AC hums and the fridge does its little on-off cycle in the dark. I know some people send things in hoping you will tell them it was a ghost or a demon, because somehow that is easier than thinking about a person making those choices. I am not asking you to label this as anything. I do not know if there is anything supernatural in what I am about to describe. I only know there is at least one man who understood exactly how that building was laid out, and at least one car that seemed a little too patient for coincidence. As I am typing this right now, something happens that has been happening more and more often, and it always hits me wrong. The AC under the window shuts off with a soft click. A second later, the fridge behind me kicks down into silence. Somewhere out in the hallway, the old fluorescent tube that usually buzzes over the stairwell must turn off, because the faint hum I was not really aware of just stops. For one weirdly thick second, every mechanical noise in this apartment dies at once. In that second, I hear it. The slow roll of tires on wet pavement directly beneath my window. A car moving much more quietly than the ones that usually blast past on the main road. The engine is low, idling just above a purr, like someone's foot is resting lightly on the gas while the car creeps along the row of parking spaces. It is after midnight on a weeknight, and there is no reason for anyone to be driving that slowly through this complex unless they are looking for something or someone. I do not get up. I do not touch the blinds. I sit very still, watching the cursor blink at the end of this sentence, and I make myself keep typing. Before Riverside, my life was small and predictable in a way that feels almost fake to remember now. Most of my days started in the dark, with my phone alarm dragging me out of sleep at 4:15 a.m., long before the sun or the buses or anyone with a normal job. I would pull on my green apron that always smelled faintly like old milk, tie my hair back, and drive to the Starbucks in a strip mall off Sawmill Road, the one wedged between a Kroger and a nail salon. If you have ever opened a coffee shop, you know the routine. The parking lot, lights buzzing over empty asphalt, the way your breath clouds in front of you as you walk to the door, key clutched between your fingers like you might need it for something other than the lock. Inside, it was always colder than it should have been. The kind of air that smelled like burnt espresso from the day before, and cleaning chemicals that never quite wiped it away. We would turn on the machines, one by one, espresso grinders roaring to life, the milk steamer hissing a steady, high white noise like a radiator that never shuts up. There was a little chime every time the front door opened, and in those first hours, it meant regulars with dead eyes and travel mugs, not yet ready to speak. By 8, the place would be jumping, people yelling mobile orders over each other, drive-through beep going off every few seconds, my hands smelling like coffee grounds and sanitizer by the time I hit my first break. The pay was what you would expect, just enough to keep my checking account from going negative if I watched every dollar. I had community college tuition, a used car that liked to invent new dashboard lights for fun, and the kind of rent that always felt like it was due again 5 minutes after I paid it. I was out of that teenage phase where getting scared for fun was a default, and firmly in the phase where you calculate everything in hours of wages. My fear was more about late fees than monsters. That is probably why I listened so closely the first time Kayla leaned against the back counter and said, So, there is this haunted thing I did last year that is hiring again. Kayla was one of those people who could make anything sound like a good idea. Bleach blonde hair, black eyeliner, little silver hoop through her nose. She talked fast, especially once the caffeine hit. Haunted thing? I asked, wiping down a milk-covered pitcher while the steamer screamed behind me. Yeah, like a full complex. Riverside fear. She made a little spooky jazz hands motion, without looking up from the stickers she was peeling off cold brew cups. They set it up in this old warehouse by the river every October. It is like asylum, clown maze, outdoor trail, the whole deal. Good pay for weekends. Super fun. Lots of college kids, cute guys, free leftover pizza in the staff room. I laughed, because of course there would be pizza. What kind of good pay? She told me the number, and I did the math automatically. 2 weekend nights a week, maybe a third as it got closer to Halloween. It would not save my life, but it could absolutely keep me from having to call my mom and pretend I just wanted to catch up when really I needed help with my phone bill. Do you just walk around and scare people? I asked. Kayla shrugged. Depends what they put you in. I was in the clown maze last year. Masks, foam bat, all that. Some people do the asylum. Some are like hanging bodies, jump scares, whatever. You would be good at it. You already look half dead when you clock in. I flipped her off with the hand that was not holding a rag, and she laughed, bumping her shoulder into mine. But the idea lodged itself in my head immediately. Starving myself of sleep for minimum wage was one thing. Screaming at strangers in the dark for a little more than minimum wage sounded weirdly manageable. That night after my shift, I sat on my couch with my laptop on my knees, the TV muted, the cheap floor lamp throwing weak light over the chipped coffee table. I typed Riverside Fear Complex, Columbus, Ohio into the search bar and hit enter. The first image that came up was a long exposure shot of a warehouse at night, floodlit in red and purple, with people standing outside in line, mouths open mid-scream or laughter. Across the front hung a banner that almost filled the whole wall. Riverside Fear, Asylum, Clown Maze, Trail. In the photo, the parking lot was just gravel, shiny in the light like it had rained. Tall poles with sodium vapor lamps cast a sickly orange glow over rows of cars. Even through the screen, I could almost hear it. Metal barrels being hit with something to make a bang. Muffled chainsaw revs. People yelling. There was a section on the website for now hiring seasonal actors. It asked for my name, my age, a headshot, which I faked with a selfie in halfway decent lighting, and a note about any performance experience. I put high school theater because technically, screaming in a student production of a slasher play counted. I hit send before I could talk myself out of it. The next afternoon, in the middle of a lull between the morning rush and the lunch crowd, my phone started ringing in the pocket of my apron. I recognized the area code, but not the number. I caught Kayla's eye as I ducked into the back, the swing door slapping behind me, the cafe noise muffling down to a distant churn. Hello? Is this Emily? A man's voice asked. Yes. Hey, this is Rick from Riverside Fear. Got your application? You still interested in doing some screaming for us this October? His voice sounded like it was wrestling with bad reception, the kind of crackle you get when someone is walking around a big metal building. Every few words, there was a little digital glitch, a warble under the syllables, like his sentence was going through a fog machine too. I pressed the phone tighter to my ear, leaning against the storage rack while the walk-in cooler hummed to my left. "Yeah," I said, "I am interested." He ran through the basics. Weekend nights, maybe some Thursdays, decent pay. They provided costumes and makeup. There would be an orientation and audition night where they would see where she fit. I said yes to everything, probably too quickly. We picked a date and time. He ended the call with, "You will do fine. We always need more girls who can really sell a scream." Then the line cut with a sharp little pop that made me flinch. When I stepped back out to the front, the smell of espresso hit me again, along with the hiss of the steamer and the low indie playlist looping from the ceiling speakers. Kayla was wiping a table, watching me with eyebrows up. "Well?" she asked. "Orientation next week," I said. He sounded intense. "That is Rick," she said, rolling her eyes. "He lives for that place. You will get used to him. Just do not let them put you in one of the restrained roles. Those always creep me out." I laughed, because it seemed like the right reaction. "I am not scared of being fake tied up," I told her. "It is all acting, right?" She shrugged, turned back to her table, and the door chimed as another customer walked in, cold air fingering across the floor. I went back behind the bar and picked up the next drink sticker, the milk steamer screaming in my ear like always. At the time, her warning felt like nothing more than background noise. I did not know yet how loud it would sound in my head later, under the hum of a different building, when the straps around my wrists were not pretending anything at all. Orientation night was the kind of October evening that never decides if it wants to be rain or fog. The sky over the highway was a flat sheet of gray, lit from below by the orange halos of the streetlights. I remember following the directions Rick had texted me, taking an exit I had never used before, and winding down a side road that slipped behind a row of warehouses and storage yards. When I saw the place for the first time, it did not look like much. Just a squat, dark building sitting a little too close to the river, with a wide gravel lot spilling out in front of it. Someone had draped enormous vinyl banners across the front wall, slapped up with metal grommets and zip ties. Riverside Fear, Asylum, Clown Maze, Trail. Even with the sun not completely gone, the letters looked like they were floating in their own shadow. Tall poles ringed the lot, each topped with a sodium vapor lamp that buzzed and cast that particular sickly orange light that makes everything look the same color. I turned into the lot and felt the tires of my Civic drop off the pavement. Gravel popped and crunched under me as I rolled toward the side of the building marked Staff, Vendors Only. There were already a few cars there, scattered along the edge. An old pickup with rust flowering around the wheel wells, a dark SUV, a little hatchback with fake blood handprints on the back window. Closer to the big bay doors, I could see clusters of people in hoodies and jackets standing around, blowing white breath into the air, laughing. As I parked, something caught my nose before it reached my ears. That chemical sweet smell of fog machine juice, thick and artificial, drifting out from the open bay doors along with hints of rubber, damp concrete, and old wood. Underneath it all, there was sound too, but not distinct yet. Just a muffled roar of something metallic and distant shouting, like a nightmare playing in the next room with the door half closed. I killed the engine, grabbed my bag, and stepped out into the lot. The crunch of gravel under my shoes sounded too loud in the moment between shutting the car door and the ambient noise of the place reaching me properly. Somewhere to my left, a group of what looked like college kids in black clothing shuffled past, all of them wearing lanyards and half-finished makeup. White faces, smeared eyeshadow. One girl with streaks of fake blood down her neck, still shiny. Inside the bay doors, the air changed temperature the way it does when you walk into a building that has been holding its breath all day and is just now waking up. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, reflecting off concrete and stacks of wood panels leaned against the walls. A guy with a clipboard and a headset stopped me, checked my name off a list, and jerked his head toward a side hallway. New actors down that way. Follow the arrows. The back-of-house corridors did not look like anything in the glossy ads. They were bare cinder block walls, painted some neutral off-white that had gone gray with time. Red exit signs glowed at even intervals, their arrows pointing to metal doors I hoped never to need. The ceiling was a mess of exposed beams, wires, plastic fog tubes zip-tied along metal grids, speaker cables running like veins. Every so often, one of the speakers let out a little test crackle, half a scream, half a static pop, and then cut off. The hallway opened into what I would eventually know as the break room. That first night, it just looked like the kind of backstage space you get when nobody is paying for polish. Metal folding chairs, some already claimed by bags and hoodies, circled a low table buried under empty pizza boxes and plastic cups. A mini fridge in the corner hummed with a high, persistent whine, vibrating slightly under a layer of stickered magnets and schedule printouts. A microwave sat on a shelf above it, its keypad greasy, the inside glass spattered with dried red sauce that could have been marinara or something you might see in the asylum if you were in the mood to scare yourself. On the wall opposite the fridge, a TV was mounted, playing a muted college football game. The colors oversaturated and strange, while a little line of closed captions tried to guess what the announcer was saying. Underneath the TV, on a long, narrow table, sat a computer tower and a bank of monitors, each showing a different camera feed in grainy color. Empty hallways, darkened rooms waiting to be lit. Someone moving a prop skeleton past a doorway. That was where I met Rick. He was exactly how he had sounded on the phone, only more. Mid-40s maybe, with a brown baseball cap that had the Riverside logo embroidered on it, the brim nearly shadowing his eyes, stubble along his jaw that looked permanent, like he shaved around it. A walkie-talkie rode on his belt, its antenna sticking up past his hip, and he kept one hand near it at all times, like he could not quite stand to be disconnected. Even when he shook my hand, his gaze flicked back to the monitors, tracking movements I could not yet parse. "Emily," he said, with that nod people give when they are matching a face to an application in their memory. "You made it. Good. Grab a seat for a second. We just need to get some paperwork out of the way before we throw you to the wolves." The paperwork was exactly what you would expect, and still disappointing in its casualness. A stack of forms clipped together, printed in small, dense type. Riverside Fear Complex is not responsible for minor bumps, bruises, or emotional distress. You acknowledge that participation carries inherent risks. You agree not to sue if you trip, slip, or get scared harder than you thought you would. I initialed where the yellow highlighter told me to, signed my full name at the bottom, and tried not to think too much about the line that mentioned contact with other participants in crowded areas. When I passed the packet back, Rick flipped through to make sure nothing was missing, then smiled in a way that did not quite reach his eyes. "So, you done any performing before?" "A little," I said. "High school theater. Some Halloween stuff at church as a kid." He studied my face for a second, then looked from me to the monitor showing a dim corridor with fake hospital doors. You have the right look for West Wing, he decided. We need someone in there tonight. You comfortable with physical roles? I thought of Kayla saying, do not let them put you in one of the restrained roles. Those always creep me out. I heard my own voice from the cafe, brushing it off. I am not scared of being fake tied up. It is all acting, right? I guess so, I said. Good, Rick said, already half turned toward the door. He raised the walkie to his mouth, pressed the button with a soft plastic click. Jared, you up in West Wing yet? I am bringing your new patient. The voice that crackled back was muffled, the words chewed by static. Something like, yeah, bring her, wrapped in white noise. We left the break room and headed deeper into the building. The hallway narrowed, the cinder blocks closing in on both sides. The paint here was dingier, stained in places where something had dripped or been half cleaned. Fluorescent tubes in metal cages buzzed overhead, some flickering in a stutter that made the shadows jump whenever we passed under them. Speakers in the ceiling played little test sounds every now and then. A single beep, a line of distorted intercom voice cut off mid-word. The echo of a distant scream that I could not tell was live or recorded. At the end of the corridor, there was a doorway with a simple plastic sign screwed into the wall beside it. Black letters on white background, West Wing. Authorized staff only. Rick pushed the door open without hesitation and held it for me. The air on the other side felt different. It was cooler, for one thing, dragged down by whatever they were doing with the fog machines and the climate inside the show. But there was something else to it, thicker maybe. The way air gets in old buildings, where windows do not open, and everything smells faintly of dust and metal, and the ghosts of whatever used to be stored there. The room they led me into was not large. Low red, emergency-style lighting washed over everything, coming from hidden strips along the ceiling and behind fabricated panels. One fluorescent panel in the ceiling flickered weakly, casting a sickly white patch over one corner like an interrogation light somebody forgot to turn off. Old hospital curtains, yellowed and frayed at the edges, hung half open along one wall on a metal track, creating the idea of more beds, more patients, more things waiting unseen. In the center of the room stood the gurney. It was not some fake plastic prop. It was a real metal hospital bed, the kind you see in old medical dramas, with side rails and chipped paint and a mattress that had been covered in a stained white sheet. At the head and foot, and on either side where my wrists and ankles would naturally fall, thick leather restraints were bolted to the frame. The straps were dark from use, the edges cracked and shiny in places, metal buckles dull under the red light from speakers hidden somewhere above us. A loop of hospital sounds played, steady beeps like a heart monitor, the soft hiss of oxygen, distant intercom calls that blurred together into nonsense. Code blue, doctor something to room, stat. Every so often the beeps flattened into that endlessly held tone that means someone's heart has given up before the loop clicked and reset. Another man was waiting in the room, leaning against the wall near the staff side door. He was taller than Rick, stockier, with a buzz cut, and a floor supervisor badge clipped to the collar of his black t-shirt. A walkie-talkie sat at his hip, and a ring of keys jingled lightly when he shifted his weight. "Jared," Rick said, "this is Emily, our new patient. Show her the ropes." Literally. Jared smiled, a quick, professional thing. "Nice to meet you," he said. "We will keep it simple for tonight. You are the last room in this section, so groups will come in already good and primed. All you have to do is sell the fact that you do not want to go wherever the imaginary doctors want to take you. He gestured to the gurney. Go ahead and lie down. We will get you strapped in so you can feel what it is like. I hesitated only a second before doing what he said. The mattress sagged a little under my weight, smelling faintly like dust and something chemical, maybe cleaner, maybe the fake blood they had already used during tests. When I lay back, the fluorescent panel overhead flickered, buzzing angrily, and then calming down. Jared took one of the leather cuffs at my wrist and wrapped it around. The leather was stiff and cool against my skin at first, then warmed quickly. The buckle pin slid through a hole with a soft, decisive little pop, and he pulled it snug. Not painful, but firm enough that if I tried to pull away, it would resist. The strap around my other wrist followed, then the ones at my ankles. Each buckle made its own small metal clink, punctuated by the faint creak of old leather. How is that? Jared asked. Fine, I said, testing the give. I could flex my fingers, wiggle my feet a bit. I could not sit up. The realization landed in my chest with more weight than I expected. Rick stood at the foot of the bed, arms crossed. All right, let us hear it. No point paying you if you squeak like a mouse. You are terrified, you are trapped, nobody believes you. Go. I swallowed, feeling ridiculous for a second, then forced myself to breathe shallowly, like my heart was racing. Please, I started, my voice too soft. I coughed, tried again, louder. Please, you have to get me out of here. You cannot let them take me back there, please. The words came easier once I committed. I pulled against the straps, letting the leather creak and the metal buckles rattle against the frame. The sound bounced off the concrete walls, mixing with the beeping from the speakers, so that for a moment I could almost believe I was in a real hospital, in real trouble, with real people choosing to walk past me. Better, Rick said, nodding. Throw some variety in there. Beg, curse, whatever feels right in the moment. Just do not scream continuously, or you will blow your voice in the first hour. He and Jared stepped back toward the staff side door. We're going to pop out and see how the lighting looks from the approach, Rick said. Just stay put. We will be right outside. The door clicked shut behind them, and their voices grew muffled immediately, swallowed by the wall. For the first time, I was alone in the room with the sounds of the fake hospital and the weight of the straps pinning my limbs. The red light pulsed slightly as the cheap dimmers hummed. The heart monitor beeps kept perfect time with nothing at all. I listened for their footsteps in the hallway and heard nothing. Just the hum of the fluorescent, the distant whir of some machine I could not see, and the tiny tick of metal where one of the buckles shifted as I breathed. 30 seconds is not very long until you are tied down and waiting for something to happen. Then it stretches. I stared up at the ceiling, at the discolored tiles and the faint brown water ring around the flickering panel, and was just starting to think about how stupid it would be to fall asleep like this when I heard it. It was not loud. It did not need to be. A dry male whisper, close enough that it seemed to come from the space right next to my left ear, right where no one had been standing when the door closed. Emily. Just my name, nothing else. No breathy horror movie flair, no growl. Just a man's voice, low and matter of fact, saying my name in the dark. I jerked, hard, the leather bit into my wrists as I pulled, the gurney legs scraping the floor with a squeal that cut across the beeping loop. "Rick?" I called. "Jared, that is not funny." The door opened almost immediately, both men stepping back in together, framed in the red light. Rick frowned. "You all right?" "Which one of you just came in here?" I demanded, heart hammering. They exchanged a look. Jared lifted his keys. "We have been right outside, checking the strobe timing," he said. "We did not come back in." "Someone just said my name," I insisted. "Right here." "Like..." I turned my head, as far as the strap would let me, as if I could still catch the shape of whoever had been there. Like they were leaning over me. Rick shook his head slowly. "The intercom loop has some chatter on it," he said. "You probably heard a word that sounded like your name. You are just keyed up. First night nerves." I knew what the intercom loop sounded like. I had been listening to it the whole time. It said, "Dr. Gray toward C," and "Code Blue," and "ICU." It did not say Emily. But I did not argue. Not then. Jared started undoing the straps, the leather peeling away from my skin with little sticky sounds. "You will get used to the room," he said, almost kindly. "After a while, the noises will fade into the background." I nodded, even as the echo of that whispered Emily hung just behind my ear, louder than any of the fake hospital sounds, refusing to fade at all. My first real shift at Riverside was a Friday, the kind of evening where you can feel the temperature drop in stages as the sun decides it is done with you. When I pulled into the lot this time, it was already mostly dark. The sky a deep blue bruise over the warehouse. The sodium lights on the poles were brighter now, throwing yellow cones over the gravel and the lines of cars that had started to fill in. I parked closer to the side entrance than I had on orientation night, wedging my Civic between a van with hand-painted skulls on the windows and an old Subaru wagon. When I stepped out, the cold hit sharper than I expected, cutting through my jeans and the thin hoodie I had thrown on. My breath ghosted in front of me. Near the loading dock, a small cluster of workers stood around in their black Riverside shirts, smoking. The tips of their cigarettes flared orange in the dim as they cupped hands around them, muttering about schedules and how slammed it was going to be. Somewhere beyond them, from the front-facing side, where the ticket line already stretched, I could hear the low roar of a crowd. Laughter, high-pitched screams that were real in the moment, but would be forgotten by morning. The wet cough of a chainsaw ripping through the night. Underneath it all, like a distant ocean, was the constant rush of traffic on the highway, a steady white noise that never really went away. Inside, the staff hallway smelled different than it had during orientation. Stronger. There was more fog juice in the air now. More bodies, more makeup, a faint bass note of sweat and rubber and something metallic. I followed the taped arrows back to the locker area, the soles of my shoes squeaking on the concrete. The staff locker space was just a wider section of hallway where someone had bolted a line of gray metal lockers to the wall and mounted a few cheap mirrors between them. Fluorescent light hummed overhead, making everyone look a little sicker than they were. The smell of makeup remover and latex was thick in there, sweet and chemical and weirdly cold. Open duffel bags spilled black clothes, boots, water bottles. A girl with purple hair and a Riverside badge that said Maddie FX waved me over to a chair near one of the mirrors. "You are West Wing, right? Patient?" "That is me," I said, sitting down, tucking my hair behind my ears. "Great. We will keep you pale and pathetic," she said, grinning. She snapped on a pair of blue nitrile gloves with a powdery pop and reached for a tub of foundation. The next few minutes were all touch and smell and small sounds. Cold wipes skimmed over my face, dragging off whatever oil and life my skin had left after a morning at Starbucks. A sponge pattered against my cheeks and forehead as she dabbed on pale foundation, feathering it down my neck. I could smell the grease paint, a waxy, crayon-like scent that always made me think of school plays. Only this time, there would not be any parents in folding chairs to clap politely at the end. Maddie used a small brush to smoke out my eyes, giving me soft, bruised shadows without the glamour. "You look tired," she said pleasantly, in a good way. "That is just how I look," I muttered. But she was already moving on, taking a darker cream and stippling it around my wrists and inner forearms. Fake bruises bloomed there in sick yellows and purples, just under the places where the leather straps would sit. The brush tickled my skin, leaving behind the illusion of damage that had not quite happened yet. When she was done, she spun my chair a little so I could see the mirror. I barely recognized myself. My eyes looked larger in the pale face, more hollow. The fake bruises made my hands look like they belonged to someone who had been struggling for a long time. "You are going to kill it," she said, stripping off the gloves. "Well, you know what I mean." Jared appeared in the doorway a minute later, headset already looped around his ear, walkie at his hip. "Emily, right? West Wing is almost live. You ready?" I nodded, even though I was not sure what that would even mean if I was not. I grabbed the thin, hospital gown-style costume they handed me. Open in the back, tie in the middle, fabric that never quite warmed up on your skin, and followed him down the hall. The closer we got to the show side, the louder everything became. Speakers pumped in layered noise from different directions, muffled screams, clanking chains, distorted laughter from the clown maze, a distant low voice saying something unintelligible on an intercom loop. The building felt like it had swallowed the day and was chewing on it slowly. Jared walked me through the timing one more time as we moved. "You are the last room in West Wing," he said. "Groups will come in here every minute or two at peak, maybe a little slower once the line thins out. Doctor hits his beats, nurse hits hers. They exit that door, we reset, next group. You scream when they first walk in. Then you play with it. Quiet, then loud. Beg them. Whatever. Just watch your voice. Use your diaphragm, not your throat." We stepped through the staff-only door into my room, and the familiar red light fell over me like a curtain. The gurney waited in the center, straps hanging open like lazy hands. The hospital loop was already playing. Beep, beep, beep. Then a soft, mechanical sigh. Then the faint crackle of an intercom call from nowhere. "Mic check," Jared said, tapping a little clip-on mic he handed me. "We are not amping you into the room, but we monitor audio for safety. If you say 'cut' or 'I cannot breathe' or anything like that, we come in." I clipped the mic to the neckline of the gown with fingers that felt thicker than usual. "Okay," I said. "And again," he added, giving me a look he probably thought was reassuring. "You do not unlock yourself. If there is an emergency, we will get you. You just stay in character." Those words sat heavy in my chest as I climbed onto the bed. The mattress sagged that same half-inch it had before, the springs complaining softly under my weight. I lay back, the paper-thin gown crinkling against the sheet. The room smelled like fake blood and fog fluid and that faint, ever-present metal tang of old buildings. Jared moved around the bed with practiced efficiency. Leather wrapped around my right wrist, then my left. Each cuff tightened with a firm tug and secured with the small, decisive click of a buckle pin finding its hole. The same at my ankles. Not too tight, but snug enough that I could feel exactly how much movement I had. I tested the range. A little wiggle of my hands, my feet, a shallow lift of my shoulders that went nowhere. "Good?" Jared asked. "I think so," I said. The straps creaked when I breathed too deeply, a soft protest right against my skin. From where I lay, the ceiling felt closer than it had on orientation night. The fluorescent panel flickered in its corner, buzzing just a little louder now that I was paying attention. The red lighting made the room feel like a wound. Outside the guest door, I could hear muffled voices moving past. Staff talking, someone laughing too loud, the distant rise and fall of the crowd on the other side of the wall. The HVAC system groaned overhead, pushing air through ducts above the ceiling tiles. Somewhere out in the clown maze, distorted laughter cackled through a speaker and then cut off, leaving an echo of itself in the silence between loops. "All right," Jared said, stepping back toward the staff door. "We are opening in 5. First group will probably be on you in 10. Just breathe. Remember, you control how much they see. You are the scariest thing in the room once you commit to it." "I am a barista who cries at dog movies," I said weakly. He smiled. "Tonight you are not. Radio, if you need anything." Then he was gone, and the staff door shut with that soft, final clack of metal on metal. For a moment, I was alone in the red room, strapped down and listening to the building breathe. The HVAC hummed. The beeps kept their steady pulse. The clown maze laughter bled faint through the wall, twisted by distance into something stranger. My own heartbeat thudded in my ears, trying to find sync with the monitor sounds and failing. Then, faintly at first, I heard them, the first group approaching. Footsteps on concrete, a burst of laughter from the hallway, a girl's voice already on the edge of a scream just from the anticipation. The doctor actor in the room before mine shouted his lines, his voice booming through the thin wall. Then his door banged open as the guests were funneled down toward me. I took a breath, felt the straps rise with my chest and press back down. The guest door to my room swung inward, and they spilled in, 5 of them. Hoodies, a leather jacket, one girl with glitter on her cheeks already clinging to the arm of the guy in front. The canned hospital beeps filled the gap as they took me in. It was like being an exhibit suddenly unveiled. Their eyes went straight to the straps, then to my bruised wrists, then to my face. I went for it. "Please," I gasped, twisting against the cuffs, letting the leather creak. "Please, you cannot let them take me back there. You have to get me out. You have to get me out. Please." The girl screamed automatically, burying her face in her boyfriend's shoulder. One of the guys laughed and pointed at my ankles. "Damn, they really tied you down, huh?" he said. I let my voice drop to a harsh whisper as they edged closer. "They say they are doctors, but they are not. They cut you open and leave you in the dark. I have been here for days. Please, please untie me. I will do anything, just..." The trick, I learned fast, was pacing. If I screamed full force every time a door opened, my throat would be shredded before the first hour was up. So I started to play with it. A low, desperate mutter when they first saw me, building to a sharp, sudden shriek when someone leaned in too close. A dead silence, eyes wide and unblinking, just long enough that they would lean forward to see if I was real. and then a burst of noise that made them jump back, shouting and laughing. Group after group came and went. Giggling teens, couples where one person tried to act tough and failed, drunk guys who shouted back at me like it was a game. I learned to pick out which ones would scare easy and which ones would try to test the boundaries. Most of them just looked, pointed, maybe pretended to reach for the straps before backing off. For a while, it was almost fun, in a way that felt wrong to admit, even as I was feeling it. I was the one with the script, the one who knew where the end of the scene was. I got to choose who I begged and who I cursed, whose eyes I locked onto just long enough to make them uncomfortable. I might have been the one physically restrained, but for those few seconds in each cycle, I was the thing in the room everyone else was reacting to. Then, about an hour in, a group of 4 guys staggered in, already smelling like whatever they had been drinking in the parking lot. Ball caps, hoodies, that too loud kind of laughter that only comes when people are a little too buzzed and trying to hide how on edge they really are. I went into my routine, the pleading, the twisting, the whole performance. 3 of them watched me with the same half-amused, half-uncomfortable expression I had seen a dozen times already. The 4th one, though, the one in the black hoodie with the red baseball cap, just stared. He came closer to the bed than most of them did, close enough that I could see the shine of his eyes under the brim and smell the alcohol on his breath when he exhaled. I tensed, ready to snap at him if he reached out. Instead, he looked down at the strap around my wrist, then back up at my face and grinned. "Man," he said, loud enough for his friends to hear over the beeping and the hospital hiss. "Bet some creep could do anything to you in here, and no one would know the difference." His friends laughed, a fast, nervous burst. One of them shoved his shoulder. "Dude, shut up." I laughed too, or made a sound that could pass for it, folding it into a broken little sob to stay in character. The doctor actor burst in on cue, shouting his lines, banging his prop clipboard, herding them toward the exit with jokes about no visitors after midnight. The guys moved on, still chuckling, their footsteps already fading into the hallway noise, but the line sat where he had left it, like a splinter under a fingernail. "Bet some creep could do anything to you in here, and no one would know the difference." I pulled at the straps a little as the door shut, and the next group queued up outside. The leather creaked, the buckles clinked, the fake heart monitor beeped on, indifferent. For the first time that night, the room felt less like a stage and more like a box I had willingly let someone lock me inside. As the night went on, the crowd got louder in that specific way people do when they are tired and a little drunk and trying to prove to themselves they can still be startled. You can hear it even through the walls. At the beginning of the evening, the screams are sharp and clean, startled barks that break into laughter. By 10, they start to smear together, yelling, chanting, people trying to one-up each other. The occasional voice that is shrill enough you cannot tell if it is acting or not until it keeps going. From my spot on the bed, I started to recognize patterns. Some groups barely looked at me. They would stumble in from the previous room, eyes still wide from whatever the doctor and nurse had done, clock my strapped-down body in a single second, and move on, already angling toward the exit. For them, I was just another flicker of horror in a strobe light slideshow they would half remember later. Others lingered, You could feel the difference as soon as they crossed the threshold. Their steps slowed, their conversations dropped a notch, and their eyes went not to the fake blood or the flickering light, but to the straps. They would stare at my wrists, at the bruises painted there, at the leather buckled over bone. Sometimes they would lean in, just to see how real it was. Occasionally, one of them would ask, "Are those actually tight?" Or, "Can you really not get out?" And I would twist my hands a little and let the cuffs creak in answer. It took maybe an hour before one particular group floated to the top of the night like oil on water. I noticed them first, not in my room, but in the line outside of it. I could not see the hallway, but I could hear it. The rhythm of footsteps, the way voices overlapped and waited. There was a louder group out there. At least one girl who squealed at every sound. One guy performing bravery for his friends. Underneath their noise, there were two other voices I could not quite make out. Lower, not joining in. When the door from the previous room banged open, the loud group burst through, bubbling laughter and smack talk. I did my part. I screamed, jerked at the straps, begged them not to let the doctors take me back. They reacted like most did. One startled jump. One, "Hell no, girl, you are on your own." One mock heroic, "I will come back for you." All of it washed clean by the doctor's entrance and his booming lines. But as they shuffled past the foot of my bed toward the exit, I saw two men hang back near the doorway. They were not dressed like the others. No ironic Halloween shirts, no glow sticks, no smeared face paint. Plain clothes, dark hoodies, jeans, the kind of nondescript shoes you could wear to work and then into a haunted house without changing. Late 20s, early 30s maybe. Hard to tell under the hood shadows and the red light. They let the louder group push past them and out into the corridor, then slipped into my room in the slipstream, timing it so that by the time the doctor actor had finished his bit and ushered the others on, the two of them were still standing there, alone with me, as the door swung mostly shut. They did not come all the way in at first. They stepped just far enough that the door quietly clicked behind them and the sounds from the hallway dulled. No phones in their hands, no quick reach for their pockets to record a TikTok, no nervous laughter. They simply stood at the foot of the bed, side by side, and watched. There is a kind of attention you get used to when you are part of a haunted attraction. Most people look with their whole bodies. They jump, they flinch, they clutch at whoever is nearest. Their faces twist in obvious ways. These two did not move like that. One of them, the one on the left, had his hood up, casting his features in shadow. I could not see much beyond the line of his jaw and the glint of his eyes when the flickering fluorescent caught them. His gaze stayed on my face, unblinking, like he was trying to decide if I was a prop or not. The other man's eyes did not stay in one place. He scanned the bed, the rails, the floor, the straps. His gaze tracked each cuff carefully, following the line from my wrists down to the metal bolt that anchored the leather to the frame. He looked not like a tourist admiring a costume, but like someone taking inventory. I went into the script automatically, because I did not know what else to do. "Please," I said, voice catching a little on the first word. "Please, you cannot let them take me back there. They are not doctors. They are not. Please, just undo one. Just this one. Just help me." They did not move. They did not exchange a look. They just watched. The beeping from the speakers filled the gaps between my words, steady and indifferent. Somewhere beyond the wall, clown laughter rose and broke, warped by distance. The red light pulsed faintly as the dimmers hummed. The quieter man, the one whose eyes were on my face, spoke first. His voice was low and flat, the kind of tone people use in waiting rooms when they ask what time it is. "How long do they leave you like this?" he asked. The question hit me in the chest, harder than any jump scare. I opened my mouth, ready to snap back something flippant, to fold it into the performance so I did not have to acknowledge how real it felt. But my timing was off, and my brain hesitated, picturing the sign-in sheet, the hours, the way the straps had already started to chafe. "Long enough," I almost said. Before I could choose between staying in character or answering honestly, the door blew open again. Another group barreled in from the hallway, voices overlapping in a rush of sound, and the spell snapped like a thread. The doctor actor stormed through the crowd, shouting his lines with more volume than necessary, clipboard banging against the bed rail. A girl screamed when she got her first look at me. Someone laughed and tripped. In the chaos, the two men moved. Not hurriedly, not like they had been caught doing something wrong. They just turned slightly, letting the incoming group flow around them, and melted into the bodies heading for the exit. By the time my eyes found the place where they had been standing, they were gone. The scene reset. I begged, I thrashed, I did what I was supposed to do. Group after group kept coming, their fear and bravado blending into one noisy blur. But the image of those two plain hoodie shapes at the foot of my bed stayed fixed in my mind, like an after-image you get from staring at a light bulb too long. What stuck with me most was not what they said or did, but the way they moved. Or rather, the way they did not sound when they moved. Most guests had a stomp to them. Boots on concrete, heels clicking, sneakers squeaking. Even over the ambient noise, you could tell who was barreling toward your room and who was hanging back. With those two, there had been almost nothing. Just the faintest hush of soft rubber soles sliding over the floor, a whisper of fabric when they shifted their weight. If I had not seen them, I might not have known they were there at all. It bothered me in a way I could not explain while I was still strapped down and working. It felt like a little stone dropped into a pond that kept sending out ripples while the night surged over it. Later, when my throat was raw and my wrists felt rubbed raw under the makeup, Jared finally came in and unbuckled me for a short break. The straps peeled away from my skin with a sticky, complaining sound. I sat up slowly, blood prickling back into my hands and feet, and swung my legs over the side of the bed. "You are doing great," he said, clapping my shoulder. 10 minutes, then we will throw you back in." The hallway outside the room was a different kind of chaos. Staff moved in quick, practiced lines. Actors going to their positions. Techs adjusting lights. Someone hauling a plastic bin of prop limbs past. The air was warmer back here, thick with sweat and the exhaust of the fog machines. I walked toward the break room, flexing my fingers, rolling my shoulders. My ears rang faintly from the constant noise. At a certain point, the screams and the canned sounds all blur together into one continuous roar, and your brain tunes it down a notch just so you can hear your own thoughts. Maybe that is why I noticed them. They were at the far end of the back hallway, just before the door that led out toward the loading dock, and eventually the parking lot. Two figures in dark hoodies and jeans, backs to me at first, moving at an unhurried pace that did not match the purposeful hurry of everyone else. No badges on their chests, no props in their hands, no makeup that I could see under the harsh white of the staff lights. Guests were not supposed to be back here at all. The line outside funneled them through the front-facing doors and into the maze. Backstage was for actors and crew only. There were signs. There were rules. I slowed without meaning to, watching them. They did not look around like people who had gotten lost. They did not flinch at staff brushing past them. They walked straight toward the metal door at the end of the hall, the one with the push bar and the small rectangular window wired with safety mesh. As they reached it, one of them turned his head slightly, like he had felt my eyes on him. For a second, under the flat fluorescent light, I saw his face more clearly than I had in the red glow of my room. Not enough to pick him out of a lineup, just male, early 30s, hair dark, expression unreadable, not amused, not nervous, just aware. Our eyes met. He did not smile. He did not frown. He just looked at me for a heartbeat too long, then pushed the bar with his shoulder. The door swung open, letting in a slice of colder air, and the muffled sound of the outside lot, the distant rush of highway traffic, a car door slamming, someone shouting something I could not make out. Both men stepped through as if they belonged there. The door eased shut behind them with a solid thunk. The little wired window went blank. No one stopped them. No one even turned their head. Sometime after midnight, the night finally started to thin out. You can feel it before anyone tells you. The screams come less often and with less energy. The footsteps in the hallway spread out. The doctor actor stops hitting his lines like he is auditioning for something and settles into a tired rhythm. Even the canned hospital sounds seem to sag a little, like the loop has worn grooves into the air. Jared slipped into my room between groups, leaned against the staff side doorframe, and checked his watch. His headset crackled softly, with someone asking about a trash pickup near the clown maze. "Last couple of groups, then we will cut the room," he said. "You are doing awesome. Hang in there." My throat felt like sandpaper. My wrists and ankles throbbed in a steady, dull way under the paint and leather. I nodded anyway and gave him a weak version of my "please do not leave me here" eyes. He grinned, squeezed the door handle, and disappeared back into the hallway. The next few rounds blurred together. A couple holding hands so tightly their knuckles were white. A trio of teenage boys who spent their entire time in my room hyping each other up and not looking directly at me. A woman who whispered, "Jesus," under her breath when she saw the straps and would not come closer than the doorway. I adjusted my performance for each of them, even as the edges of my vision started to fuzz with fatigue and the hospital beep felt like it had burrowed into my skull. Then finally, the last group came. I did not know they were the last, not exactly, but there was something thin about them. 2 girls and a guy, all of them looking tired more than wired, their screams already half used up. They lingered just long enough for me to give them a final begging monologue, then shuffled out past the doctor actor, who had dialed his intensity down to "We close in 15." The door swung shut behind them with a soft thud, and then it was just me. The room settled into itself in their absence. The red light pressed in a little closer, now that it had no moving bodies to bounce off of. The heart monitor loop kept going. Beep, 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 sigh, crackle, repeat. The vent in the ceiling exhaled a constant low rush of air, rattling faintly in the duct when it shifted. I waited for the staff door to open. It did not. I lay there for a full minute, maybe two. It is hard to measure time accurately when you have been on a repeating cycle all night. My internal metronome was set to 1 to 2 minute chunks. Group enters, group leaves, reset, breathe, repeat. When nothing happened after that familiar span, a little prickle of unease started between my shoulder blades, pinned flat as they were against the mattress. "Jared?" I called, voice rough. "Anyone? I think we are done in here." No answer. The door remained closed. I tried to listen past the beeps and the vent. Sometimes you can tell from the hallway noise whether the line has truly died or someone has just gotten stuck in the room before yours. Now, though, there was not much of anything. No overlapping chatter, no doctor's muffled bark, no footsteps pounding toward me, just the thrum of the building itself. That was when I really noticed the strap on my right wrist. It had been bothering me in a background way for a while, like a shoe that rubs just slightly wrong, but you are too busy to take it off and fix the sock. Now, with no people to perform for and no distraction but my own breathing, the discomfort moved to the front of the line. The cuff on that side felt different. Not just sore, from use different. Tight. Tighter than it had been at the start of the night. Tighter than its twin on my left wrist. It bit into the skin when I flexed my fingers, the edge of the leather feeling sharper, like it was cutting into a groove that had not been there before. I twisted my arm as far as the restraint would allow, trying to read the position of the buckle by feel. There is a particular angle you get used to when something closes around your wrist the same way over and over. This was off by a few degrees. The strap's tail lay flatter against my forearm, pulled one notch further than I remembered. That should not have been possible. "Jared?" I tried again, louder this time, letting some genuine irritation bleed through. "Seriously, can someone get in here? Something's wrong with this strap." There was a beat where I thought maybe my voice would just dissolve into the loops and get swallowed up like everything else. Then, abruptly, the staff door banged open, letting in a wedge of brighter, whiter light from the hallway. Sorry, Jared said as he came in, slightly out of breath. His keys jingled against his walkie. Clown Maze had a kid puke in a barrel. Had to divert a couple groups. It turned into a thing. He moved to the head of the bed in that same efficient way, hands already reaching for the buckles. "We are done with you for tonight. Let's get you out of this." Relief ran through me so fast it almost made me lightheaded. I lifted my head as far as the straps would let me and watched him reach for my left wrist first. The leather there peeled away with a sticky creak, leaving behind a faint ring of impression in my skin, the kind you get from a tight watch band. Then he shifted to the right side. His fingers brushed the strap, and I saw something flicker across his face. A small pause, nothing more than a half-second hitch, but it was enough to notice. His brows drew together for a heartbeat, then smoothed. Did you pull this tighter yourself?" he asked, thumb pressing lightly against the leather near the buckle. I just stared at him. For a second, my brain refused to wrap around the question. "You know I cannot reach it," I said. "Both my hands were strapped down, remember?" He glanced at the buckle again, then at my other wrist, then back at me. His mouth did a little sideways thing, considering something he decided not to say out loud. "Yeah," he said slowly. "Yeah, must have just misbuckled it earlier. My bad." The tone was wrong. A half step off from the easy reassurance he used when a prop squeaked or a light misfired. This sounded like someone trying to convince himself as much as me. He tugged at the buckle. As it gave, the leather squealed, an ugly, high-pitched little noise that raised goosebumps along my arm. The strap peeled away from my skin, and a stripe of raw sensation followed it, a hot sting that made me hiss and pull my hand back as soon as it was free. "Sorry," he said quickly. "You okay?" "It is fine," I lied, flexing my fingers. The skin underneath felt tender, like when you take off shoes after a day of walking and find a blister you did not know was there. He moved down to my ankles, unfastening those straps too, and the bed shuddered as I swung my legs over the side. My feet hit the cold floor. For a second, I just sat there, hands in my lap, feeling the blood rush back into places that had been pinned in place for hours. "You did good," Jared said, already half turned toward the door again, radio crackling at his hip. "Hit the locker room. Get changed. You are done." I nodded, stood carefully, and followed him out into the hallway. The air back there felt weirdly bright after the red gloom of my room, the white overhead lights almost harsh. A few other actors were coming off duty too, rubbing at their necks, peeling off masks, their faces smeared with sweat and makeup. The noise level had dropped. It was mostly staff voices now, tired and low, cleanup talk. In the locker area, the smell of latex and remover was even stronger than it had been at the start of the night. Someone had opened the door to the loading dock a crack, letting in a blade of cold air and a sliver of night sound. A car door closing somewhere outside, the distant hiss of the highway. I peeled off the hospital gown costume and hung it on the hook with the others, my skin prickling as the cooler air hit the places the fabric had been. In the mirror above the sinks, under the fluorescent lights, I could finally see myself properly. My face was a mess. The pale foundation had gone patchy, mascara smudged under my eyes, making the fake dark circles look uncomfortably real. My hair stuck to my forehead in damp strands. It was my right wrist that made my stomach drop. The makeup bruises Maddie had painted on earlier were still there, their careful yellows and purples. But now, they were blurred and broken by something else. Angry red marks circled the bone where the strap had sat, deeper and more jagged than on the left side. They were not a single line, but a cluster of overlapping arcs, as if something had pressed into the skin from different angles, hard enough to leave their own pattern on top of the leather's work. I turned my arm, raising it closer to the light. 4 distinct patches of redness, slightly oval, spaced in a way that looked uncomfortably like fingertips. Thumb lower, 3 fingers higher, as if someone had dug their hand under the strap and yanked it tighter. I held my own hand over the marks, just to prove myself wrong. My palm did not match. The span was off. My fingers did not line up with the bruised places, and my thumb would have landed too far down my forearm to make that exact imprint. There was another problem too, obvious and stupid. I could not have gotten my hand under the strap while it was buckled, even if I had wanted to. I had tried, earlier in the evening, just to see how much play I had. There had been none. Behind me, a locker door slammed, making me jump. Someone laughed about something unrelated. The mini fridge hummed. The microwave ticked softly as its clock rolled over to 1:03. I lowered my arm slowly, the skin still throbbing in time with my pulse. And for the first time since walking into Riverside, I had the thought in clear words. At some point during that night, while I was tied down, and doing my job, someone must have put their hand over my wrist and pulled the strap tighter. A week later, I walked back into Riverside on the kind of night people circle on their calendars. Saturday before Halloween. The air outside had that wet chill that seeps into your clothes, and the sky had gone from gray to pure black by the time I turned off the highway. From the exit ramp, I could already see the brake lights. Cars stacked up in a slow, snaking line trying to get into the gravel lot. Red glows reflected on damp pavement and the puddles that had formed in the ruts. As I inched forward behind a minivan full of kids in plastic masks, I could see more vehicles pulling in from the other direction. Lifted trucks, sedans, an old school bus painted black with a frat's Greek letters slapped on the side in dripping orange. Music thumped faintly from somewhere, bass notes rolling across the lot like distant thunder. When I finally dropped off the pavement and onto the gravel, the sound under my tires was swallowed by everything else. The lot was a mess of headlights and people. Groups in costume were clustered near the front. Vampires taking selfies. Someone in a cheap Michael Myers mask chugging beer from a Solo cup. Girls in cropped hoodies and fishnets hopping from foot to stay warm. The smell in the air was a layered thing. Fog juice, sweetness, cigarette smoke, spilled beer, weed, damp earth, and the faint metallic tang of the river somewhere behind the warehouse. I parked farther out than I liked, squeezed in between two bigger cars. As I locked the Civic, I caught a glimpse of myself in the window reflection. Just another dark hoodie in a sea of them. That should have felt comforting. It did not. Inside, the staff area was vibrating with a different kind of energy. Rick was already in motion when I came in, walkie pressed to his mouth, voice clipped and sharp. "No, keep the clown line moving. If we bottleneck there, we are screwed," he snapped into the radio as I slipped past. "West Wing, be ready to take overflow. We are at 45 minutes wait and climbing." The break room was louder than usual. The mini fridge hummed under a pile of cups. The microwave door slammed as someone reheated pizza. Chairs scraped on concrete. Makeup was being slapped on faster, less carefully. Maddie's table looked like a tiny war zone. Open palettes, tipped over brushes, smears of fake blood on the paper towel roll. She waved me over with a half-clean hand. "You are back on the bed tonight," she said, already reaching for wipes. "We are down 2 people. You good?" "I am here," I said, which was not quite the same thing. Cold cloth against my skin, foundation smoothed on in fast, efficient strokes. Dark circles painted deeper, cheeks hollowed with shadow. The bruises around my wrists went on quicker, too, the careful stippling from last time replaced with a few practiced dabs. It still looked real enough when she spun me toward the mirror, maybe more real tonight, because my own tiredness did half the work. In the hallway, Jared caught up to me as I shrugged into the thin gown over my clothes. His headset crackled with overlapping voices. Someone somewhere was already shouting about a missing prop chainsaw. "We are stacked up on West Wing," he said without preamble. "You are going to be almost constant this time. Peak rush. You good?" "Define good," I muttered, but he just squeezed my shoulder. "Hydrate on your break. Scream from your gut, not your throat. You know the drill now. We will keep an eye on you. Mike's live. You need anything, you say it." He said it like a promise, and I tried to let it feel like one. By the time I was strapped in, it was 8:15 p.m. The red light fell over me, the beeping loop started, and the world narrowed back down to the rectangle of ceiling above my face and the frame of the door where the guests would appear. The flood began. There is no other word for it. Groups poured into my room in a nearly unbroken stream. As soon as one set of bodies peeled themselves away and stumbled toward the exit, another was already pushing through the door, propelled by the noise and pressure behind them. Screams stacked on top of screams. In my room, from me, from them, from the asylum room before mine, where the doctor actor had cranked his volume up to 11, from somewhere down the line where a metal barrel was getting slammed over and over and over again. Above us, footsteps pounded on a catwalk I had not known was there until that night, making the ceiling judder with every run. The chainsaws in the trail outside revved and screamed at intervals, their sound bleeding through the walls like something very real and hungry. An air horn blasted somewhere too close, rattling my teeth. The intercom in the loop crackled, code blue, so often that the words stopped meaning anything, just part of the static. Within the room, it was a carousel of faces. A girl in cat ears with black eyeliner streaking down her cheeks. A guy in a football jersey who flinched harder than anyone else when I shrieked. A woman clutching a purse to her chest like it was a life jacket. A man with his arms crossed, smiling, eyes doing that rapid flicker that meant he was more scared than he wanted to admit. They blurred. I learned to read them in half-second impressions. Tight jaw, tease them. Wide eyes. Do not lean too far. They might pass out or puke. Phone in hand, angle my face away from the lens, just enough that the illusion looked good, but not enough that I gave them my profile for free. The hallway outside my door was a living thing. Sometimes the door would not close all the way between groups, and I could see slivers of the line. Bodies packed shoulder to shoulder, people bouncing on their heels from adrenaline and cold. Once, someone puked right outside, and the smell hit like a physical slap, sour and hot under the fog scent. I heard staff scramble for sawdust in a trash can, heard someone holler, "Watch your step," as the line shuffled over the mess. My world shrank to rhythm. Group in, scream, plead, thrash. Doctor barges in, shouts his lines, chases them out. Door closes or half closes. One breath. Next group. Over and over, until I could not have told you if it had been 20 minutes or 2 hours. The overload did something strange to my sense of self. Part of me was hyper-aware, cataloging every sensation. The dig of the straps, the rawness of my throat, the way my fingers tingled when I pulled too hard. Another part of me floated just above it all, watching the scene repeat. The words coming out of my mouth were mine, but they felt like they belonged to the character more than the girl who had opened Starbucks that morning. Somewhere in that blur, I stopped seeing individuals and started seeing types. The clingers, the leaders, the ones who made jokes with too much edge. That was why, when something did not fit one of those types, it stuck out, even in the chaos. It was quick. It had to be, or I would not have doubted it later. The door had just slammed behind a pack of screaming teenagers. I could still hear them out in the hallway, arguing about whether the blood on the floor was real. The next group was pressing in behind them, their shadows already sliding across my floor in the flickering light. For a split second, as the door swung open again and the red glow from my room spilled out into the hall, I saw him. Or I think I did. At the very back of the line, just beyond the threshold, a figure in a plain dark hoodie and jeans stood a little apart from the rest. No mask, no costume, no obvious expression. In the half second I had before the people in front of him surged forward and blocked my view. I saw the way his shoulders were set, relaxed, not hunched the way most people were when they knew something was coming. His head was tilted slightly down, like he was looking not at the room, but at the floor between us. I felt a tiny shock of recognition, stupid and gut deep. It could have been nothing. There were 100 dark hoodies in that building at any given moment. But my brain, primed by the marks on my wrist and the memory of those two men in the hallway, whispered, "Him." Then the bodies in front poured in, laughing, shouting, blocking the doorway. One of them nearly tripped over the threshold, sending the whole group stumbling. The door banged off the stopper, swung wider, then bounced back. By the time I had reached the part in my script where I lock eyes with whoever is nearest and beg them like they are the only person in the world, the guy in the hoodie, if he had even been there at all, was gone into the tide. The flood kept coming. The screams kept stacking. The beeps kept time for a night that was getting away from me in more ways than one. By the time the rush finally started to break, my sense of time was shredded. Someone must have yelled, "Last call," out front, because the groups began to thin, the spaces between them stretching a little wider. The screams in the distance lost some of their edge, turning into hoarser laughs, tired shrieks from people who had already seen too much strobe and fog. In my room, the change felt like the building taking a slower breath. The heart monitor loop kept going, steady and uncaring. Beep, 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 sigh, crackle, repeat. The red light still washed over everything, but the shadows seemed to deepen in the corners now that there were longer moments with no bodies moving through them. Every so often, a bass hit rolled through the walls from some far corner of the haunt. Maybe from the clown maze, maybe from whatever soundtrack they were blasting in the line outside. It came as a dull thump under my bed, like a giant heartbeat out of sync with the mechanical one above me. Between groups, the room would go still. The gurney frame creaked slightly as my muscles relaxed. The vent breathed cold air in lazy streams from the ceiling. My own breathing sounded too loud in my ears. That was when I started to feel the room with me instead of just in front of me. The beeping and the vents and the hum of the light were not just background noise anymore. They were the only things keeping the silence from crawling all the way over me. A group left. Some mixture of "that was sick" and "I am never sleeping again," dropping away into the hallway. And for a moment, there was nothing. No new footsteps yet. No muffled chatter. Just empty space. I let my head sink back against the thin pillow and exhaled, my wrists throbbing dully against the cuffs. Somewhere behind the wall, metal clanged, followed by a staff voice cursing and someone laughing. The building shifted, wood or pipes knocking softly as the temperature outside dropped another invisible degree. Then I heard it. A soft metal click to my left. It was not the guest door. I knew the sound of that one by now. The clunk of the latch when it opened, the way it banged against the rubber stopper, the shuffle of feet spilling in. This was smaller, tighter, a careful sound. The sound of a handle turned slowly, like whoever was on the other side did not want it to be heard. The staff door, the one to my left that opened into the back hallway, the one with authorized personnel only on a sign outside. I turned my head as far as the strap would let me, which was not far. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the metal lever of the staff handle rotate fraction by fraction. The latch retracted with a muted clack that barely rose above the hum of the vent. The door eased open a few inches. There was no sudden spill of bright fluorescent light, like there would have been if someone had shoved it wide. No barked instruction from Jared. No hairy tech voice saying, "We're going to reset your strobe. Hang on." Just a slim, dark cut in the wall where there had previously been none. For a second, nothing moved in that gap. It was like the building itself had grown a crack. Then the door opened just enough for a figure to slip through. He stepped inside with a kind of smooth, measured motion that does not waste any energy. 1 second, there was empty space. The next, there was someone standing in it. He turned and closed the door behind him gently, slow enough that it did not slam or bounce, just sealed with a soft, final click that I felt more in my bones than in my ears. He wore a black hoodie, the hood up, shadowing the upper half of his face. Dark jeans, gloves on his hands, black as well, matte against the red light. A piece of black cloth covered his mouth and nose, tied behind his head like a bandana or mask, but not one of the silly printed ones I had seen in other parts of the haunt. It was plain, blank, like someone had cut a strip off a t-shirt and made a disguise out of it. He had no Riverside badge on his chest, no headset looped around his ear, no walkie-talkie at his hip, nothing that said employee in the way everyone else back here did. More than what he wore, it was how he stood that made my skin tighten. Staff moved with purpose back here. Even when they were tired, they had that forward pull, the constant sense of being on a schedule. When Jared came in, he always half reached for the gurney or his radio before he even finished stepping through the door. This man had none of that. He stood just inside the room, like he had all the time in the world and nothing in particular to do with it. Every instinct I had screamed that this was wrong. "You are staff, right?" I said, breaking character so abruptly my voice cracked. "You cannot be in here when there is a group." It was a stupid thing to say. There was no group yet. The door had not opened. But what I meant was, you are not supposed to be in here at all. He tilted his head slightly, like a dog listening to a distant whistle. The gesture was slow, almost lazy. He said nothing. The cloth over his mouth made his lack of a reply feel heavier, as if he was holding words back on purpose, rather than having none. The hospital beeps went on. Beep, 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 flatline tone, reset. He started walking toward the bed. His shoes made almost no sound. Not the hard slap of boots, not the squeak of rubber. Just a soft, almost oily glide over the floor. I might not have heard him at all, if it were not for the way the gurney seemed to hum slightly under each step, like the vibrations were traveling up through the frame into my spine. As he came closer, he reached out one hand and let his gloved fingers drag along the side rail of the bed. The contact made a faint, drawn-out, metallic scrape, high and thin, that went right under my skin. It was the sound of a fork dragged slowly over the edge of a plate, but quieter, more intimate. "Hey," I said, louder now, the edge of panic sharpening my words. "You are not supposed to be in here." "Jared!" My shout bounced off the concrete, but it did not feel like it went anywhere. The building was too full of noise. Outside, somewhere down the hall, someone screamed in a way that sounded almost joyful. Chains rattled. Bass thumped. The doctor-actor roared something about unauthorized experiments in the room before mine. If Jared's radio crackled, if someone reacted at all, I could not hear it over the manufactured chaos. The man reached the side of the bed. From this angle, lying down and strapped in, he seemed taller than he probably was. The hood shadowed his eyes completely now. All I could really see was the bridge of his nose, the black cloth over his mouth, and the line of his jaw. The cloth rose and fell with his breathing, slow, steady. He did not look at my face. His gaze, or what I felt as his gaze, dropped to my nearest wrist. Without asking, without a word, he put one gloved hand down on the leather strap and pressed. It was not a friendly pat, not a reassuring just checking you are secure, like Jared sometimes did absent-mindedly. It was deliberate weight, his fingers curling slightly, thumb digging into the space between the strap and my skin in a way that made the already sore flesh there scream. Pain flared, sharp and immediate, layered over the ache that had been building all night. I gasped, more from the shock of it than the hurt. "Stop," I said, the word coming out thin. "Do not touch that. You cannot touch me." He still did not speak. For a second that stretched far longer than it should have, we existed in a bubble of red light and machine noise where no one else seemed to matter. His hand on my strap, my heart pounding in my ears, the beeping above us keeping its calm little rhythm as if someone's heart somewhere were just fine. I tried to scream for Jared again, but the timing betrayed me. Right as I drew breath, the guest door to my room blew open. Light and sound and bodies rushed in all at once. Strobe flashing, fog curling in, people shouting. A girl's scream tore through the air, the high-pitched, genuine kind that drowned out everything else for a moment. The doctor actor barreled in with them, his lab coat flaring dramatically, face streaked with fake blood, voice booming out his practiced monologue about failed procedures and permanent patients. The strobe light started its pattern, blasting the room in pulses of white, so bright they made the red seem black between flashes. In the first flash, I saw the man at my side turn his head slightly toward the door, hand still resting on the strap. In the second, his hand was gone, his body angled away. In the third, all I saw was a dark shape near the staff door, the suggestion of movement. By the fourth, he was not there anymore. The staff door was shut, its handle perfectly still. Nobody else in the room reacted as if they had seen him. The guests were too busy shrieking and grabbing each other, half listening to the doctor bellow his lines, half watching me thrash in the bed. The doctor actor did not glance toward the staff side at all. He moved through his marks, hit his beats, herded them toward the exit. From their point of view, nothing had happened except what they had paid for. A girl in a fake hospital gown, leather straps, red light, screams. From mine, a man had just come through the wrong door, put his hand on the one thing keeping me completely helpless, and walked away like he owned the place. When the strobe finally quit, and the last of that group stumbled out, the room fell back into its usual red gloom. The door swung shut, muting their laughter and chatter into a dull smear of sound in the hallway. The hospital beeps kept time like nothing had happened. My heart had not gotten the memo. It was still hammering, hard and fast, like it was trying to catch up to itself. I could feel the ghost of his hand on my wrist, the way the leather had bitten down when he pressed. "Jared!" I shouted, before the next group could even think about coming in. "Jared, someone just came in from the staff door." My voice came out shredded, scraping over my raw throat, but it was louder than anything I had managed all night. The word staff bounced off the walls, sounding wrong in the fake hospital air. For a second, there was no reply. Just the beep, 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 the vent sighing, the faint rumble of something heavy being dragged in another part of the haunt. Then I heard running. Footsteps pounded down the back hallway, coming from the direction of the break room. A second later, the staff door to my left banged open hard enough to rattle in its frame. Jared burst in, breathing like he had sprinted the whole length of Riverside, which he probably had. His face was flushed under the harsh red light, sweat shining at his hairline. His headset sat slightly askew, one ear cup half off, the foam mic bobbing near his chin as his chest heaved. The walkie-talkie at his hip crackled nonstop. Little bursts of muffled voices asking about crowd control, cleanup, time to close. "What happened?" he said, eyes going automatically to the straps, as if expecting to find one of them loose. "You okay?" "There was a guy in here," I said, words tumbling over each other. "He came in from that door." I jerked my chin toward the staff side, since my hands were still pinned. Black hoodie, jeans, mask. He did not say anything. He just stood there and messed with the strap. Jared's gaze flicked to the door, then back to me. "What?" "He opened it slow," I said, trying to slow my own breathing down. Like, really slow. No lights from the hallway, just cracked it. And then he came in and closed it behind him. He was standing right where you are now. He had his hand on my wrist strap. He was here for, I do not know, 20 seconds? Longer. I yelled for you, but the group hit and the radio at his hip hissed something unintelligible. He ignored it for once. His jaw tightened. "No one is assigned to use that door mid-route tonight," he said. "Everyone's stationed at their rooms. Actors stay on the show side. Techs stick to their zones. If a tech was coming through your room, they would have said something on comms." "Then who was he?" I demanded. "Because he was not part of the show. No badge, no walkie, no lab coat, no blood, nothing. Just black. And he knew to come through the staff door, not the guest one." Jared's eyes went back to the door. His expression did something small and tight that I did not like. He stepped over to it and wrapped his hand around the handle. I watched his knuckles go white as he pulled. Nothing happened. The latch did not budge. "Huh," he said. That sound scared me more than if he had cursed. He let go of the handle, and it bounced back into place with a little metallic shiver. Then he unclipped the ring of keys from his belt, flipping past half a dozen before finding the right one by feel. The key slid into the lock with a small metallic kiss. He turned it. The mechanism inside clunked, low and solid. He glanced back at me, like he wanted to reassure me, and was not quite sure how. "Hang tight for a second," he said. "I am just going to check." He opened the door, just wide enough to slip through, and this time, the fluorescent light from the hallway did spill in, a harsh white wedge that cut across the red like a knife. I caught a glimpse of the back corridor, cinder block, pipes, that ugly industrial beige, and then the door eased mostly shut again behind him. From the bed, all I had to go on were sounds. His footsteps echoed more than the man's had, each heel strike making a soft double tap as it bounced off the narrow walls. They moved away, then turned, then faded. For a moment, there was nothing, just the distant hum of the building's guts and the ghost of the highway outside. The hush that followed felt deeper than before, like the whole place was listening. I stared up at the ceiling tile stained with that old water ring and listened harder than I ever had to a sound I could not see. The radio at my chest was silent. If anyone was asking Jared where he was or what he was doing, it was on a channel I could not hear. The door opened again, a little faster this time. Jared stepped back into the red light, letting the staff hallway slam shut behind him with a dull thud. "Everything's clear," he said, but his voice did not have the easy certainty it usually carried. He avoided looking directly at me for a second, busying himself with tucking his keys back onto his belt. Nobody in the hall, nobody at the exit. Maybe it was just one of the actors swinging through. You probably could not see their costume under the hood. "He had no mask," I said. "No blood, no lab coat, nothing. Just a black cloth over his face. I know what I saw." He finally met my eyes then. Something uncomfortable flickered there, then smoothed out like a ripple ironed flat. "We can talk to Rick about it later," he said. "Check the cameras, check the door logs. Right now we need to finish the night. We are almost done. You think you can push through the last few groups?" Every part of me wanted to say no. To say, "Untie me, right now, I am done." But some stupid, ingrained work reflex kicked instead. The part of me that had smiled at rude coffee customers and said no problem when they dumped drinks on the counter. "Yeah," I heard myself say, "just do not leave me in here alone, okay?" His mouth curved in something that was not quite a smile. "You will not be alone," he said. "We are right outside. Mike's hot. You need me. Say my name. We will look into the rest after close." He tightened the strap on my left wrist a hair. Not enough to hurt, just enough to make it feel secure, and started to step back. I flinched without meaning to. He noticed. His hand hovered over the right strap for a second, then pulled back. "No one touches these but me or Rick," he said quietly. "If anyone else comes through that door..." He trailed off, like he did not want to finish the sentence out loud. "You yell, no acting." Then he was gone again, and the show went on. The last half hour is a blur in my memory. Smaller groups, more exhausted faces, the actors phoning in their scares. I did my lines, hit my beats, but my head was half turned toward that staff door the whole time, every tiny creak sounding like a key turning. No one else came through. When Rick finally called it over the radios, "That's a wrap on West Wing, clear your rooms, bring it in," Jared appeared like he always did, a little less rushed now, and unbuckled me. The straps peeled away, leaving fresh grooves in my skin. My right wrist ached, but not like before. This was familiar pain, honest pain. I slid off the bed, legs a little wobbly, and followed the stream of actors back toward the break room. The noise in the haunt shifted from manufactured screams to real voices. People joking about scares that had gone wrong, complaining about masks that had made them sweat, making half-hearted plans to hit Waffle House before crashing. In the break room, the TV was off for once. Someone had propped the back door open a few inches, letting in the smell of cold air and exhaust from the last cars leaving the lot. The mini fridge hummed. The vending machine near it blinked its green digital price display in a slow, sleepy rhythm. I found a spot on a folding chair, peeled off my gown, wiped away as much of the makeup as I could with a baby wipe. My muscles buzzed like I had been running even though I had barely moved all night. While I was scrubbing at the fake bruises on my wrists, I heard Jared's voice again. Softer this time, not the tone he used on the radio. He was standing near the vending machine, half turned away from the room, phone pressed tight to his ear. The light from the machine painted his face an unhealthy green. "I am telling you, we did," he was saying, his voice low. That urgent whisper people use when they do not want to be overheard. and assume the room is too loud to carry sound anyway. No, the back door was locked the whole time. I checked the log. Nobody badged through that hallway during West Wing cycles. My hand stilled, the wipe hanging stupidly in midair. Riverside used a badge system on the staff hallway doors. They had explained it on orientation night. Tap your card, green light, door unlocks. It made sense. They could keep guests out, track who went where, when. There would be a digital record of every staff member who opened that door. According to that log, apparently, no one had. Yeah, Jared said after a beat, pinching the bridge of his nose. I know what she said. I am just telling you what the system shows. During West Wing cycles, those doors stayed shut. He turned slightly then, and his gaze skated over the room. For a second, it landed on me. He did not break stride in his sentence, but his attention snagged just enough that I knew he knew I was listening. Yeah, he said again, this time softer. Maybe she just got spooked. Maybe I had. Maybe the straps, the lights, the screams, the flood of faces had finally crowded my brain into seeing what was not there. But I could still feel the pressure of that gloved hand on my wrist and hear the soft, slow click of a handle turning. Too careful, too quiet, and now, officially, not real enough for the system to admit it ever happened. The next morning, the world felt wrong in that very specific way, where everything was technically normal, but somehow thinner than it had been the day before. My alarm went off at 4:15 a.m. again, the same shrill tone on my phone, but it sounded like it was coming from farther away. I got dressed on autopilot, tugged on my green apron, scraped my hair into a ponytail, and drove to Starbucks in the dark. The parking lot on Sawmill was half empty when I pulled in, the familiar orange glow of the streetlights turning the pavement into a flat, wet-looking plain. When I unlocked the store and stepped inside, the cold air and smell of old espresso hit me like always. But after a night in Riverside, the noises that used to feel huge suddenly seemed flimsy. The hiss of the milk steamer, the whir of the grinders, the beep of the drive-through timer. They were all sharp, clean sounds, but they did not fill the space the way the layered chaos of the haunt did. There were no chainsaws rumbling under the floor, no canned screams leaking through walls, no constant artificial heartbeat marking out the seconds. Just early commuters shuffling in with their hoods up, mumbling orders, the occasional squeak of the door as it opened to let in another burst of chilly air. I kept catching myself, listening for other things. The clank of a gurney, the slow click of a lock turning, the almost silent slide of soft rubber soles on concrete. When I realized what I was doing, it made the hairs on my arms stand up. Kayla came in an hour into the shift, smelling like cheap perfume and cigarette smoke, hair twisted up under a beanie. She tied on her apron next to me at the bar and bumped my shoulder with hers. "You survived Friday night," she said, reaching for the caramel pump. "How was it? Make anyone pee themselves?" "Almost," I said. My voice sounded flat to my own ears. "It was busy." "Yeah, I saw the posts," she said, rolling her eyes. "People doing bathroom mirror selfies like, Riverside really got me." She mimed a duck face pose, then laughed and moved on to the next drink. I tamped espresso, watching the dark stream pour into the shot glasses, and debated saying nothing. If I kept it to myself, I could pretend maybe it had been a stress hallucination, some weird trick of light and exhaustion. But the marks on my wrist were still there under my sleeve, faint but real. Every time the cuff rode up, I caught a glimpse of them. Something weird happened, I heard myself say. Kayla glanced over, eyebrows up. Weird how? Like guest weird? Or Rick screamed at everyone weird? Guest weird, I said. Staff weird, maybe. I do not know. Between orders, in the narrow stretch of relative quiet, I sketched it out for her. How the man had come through the staff door instead of the guest one. The black hoodie, the black mask. The way he had not said a word. The pressure of his gloved hand on my strap. How Jared swore no one was assigned to that hallway, and how the badge log said the door had never opened. By the time I finished, the milk steamer was screaming again, and the drive-through beep had gone off twice. Kayla blinked, her face doing an uncomfortable little dance between amusement and unease. God, that is creepy, she said finally, setting a lid onto a latte with more force than necessary. But there are cameras everywhere there, right? Like, it is half the safety briefing. They will see him on the feeds. Yeah, I said slowly. Yeah, I guess. She shrugged, trying for casual. Probably just some tech cutting through who forgot to call it in, or some actor being a little too method. Still, tell Rick. He hates when people break route. Liability stuff. I nodded, but it sat wrong. I had seen enough of the other actors to know what they looked like. No one else in that building wore blank black cloth like that. Like they were trying not to be recognized by anyone, even other staff. All day, the thought latched on to the back of my mind, like a hook. Cameras. There are cameras everywhere. Whatever I saw, the lenses would have seen it too. That idea was comforting in a way I did not want to examine too closely. It meant I was not alone with it. That evening, when I drove back to Riverside, the lot was busy again, though not as insane as Saturday. The banners flapped in a breeze that smelled like the river and exhaust. As I walked past the ticket booth, Rick's voice called my name. Emily, got a second? His office was a small, cluttered room, attached to the side of the ticket counter. Half plywood walls and half cinder block. The air inside felt warmer than it should have, thickened by electronics and too many bodies passing through. The smell was a mix of energy drinks, old coffee, and the plastic scent of cheap Halloween props stacked in the corner. On one wall, a bank of monitors glowed in a grid, each showing a different angle from somewhere inside the haunt. Grainy views of hallways, doorways, rooms half filled with fog. The images flickered slightly, a constant crawl of static lines rolling downward like ghostly rain. The low hum of computer fans underscored everything, a constant insect buzz beneath Rick's voice. He sat behind a battered desk, a can of some neon-colored energy drink sweating onto a stack of incident reports. A small space heater under the desk clicked on and off, sending out waves of dry heat. Jared tells me you had something unusual happen last night, he said, swiveling his chair to face me fully. His eyes were sunken, rimmed with red, the skin under his cap shadowed with permanent stubble. I took the chair opposite him. My legs did not quite want to bend right, but I made them. The hum of the monitors behind me felt like it was resting between my shoulder blades. I told the story again. This time, I tried to be careful, precise. Man in black hoodie. Came through the staff door. Moved slowly. Did not speak. Gloves. Black cloth over his face. Not a printed mask. Hand on my wrist strap. Pressure. The length of time he had been in the room before the guests burst in. Jared checking the door and finding it locked. The badge log saying no one had used that hallway. Rick listened with his elbows on his knees, hands folded, eyes flicking occasionally to the monitors as if something might leap out at any moment. When I finished, he nodded once, slow. "All right," he said. "We take guest staff boundaries seriously. Last thing we need is people wandering where they are not supposed to be. Could be a safety issue, could be a lawsuit issue. Either way, not good." He gestured over his shoulder vaguely toward the wall of screens. "We will pull the footage from last night. Hallway outside West Wing, your room feed. See if we can spot your mystery man." The word feed made something loosen and tighten in my chest at the same time. Of course, there would be footage. There were cameras in every staff hallway, every room. They had told us that for safety and liability. I pictured a grainy black and white video of my room, red light flattened to gray, my body on the bed, straps visible, the door opening, the man stepping in, the gloved hand on my wrist. Proof. As he spoke, one of the monitors behind him flickered. My eyes were drawn to it without my permission. It showed a narrow corridor, cinder block walls, exit sign glowing at one end. For a moment, horizontal lines of static rolled down it in perfect bands, distorting the image like water. Then it steadied again, empty hall staring back. Rick followed my gaze, glanced at the screen, and made a small, annoyed sound in his throat. "We've been fighting interference all season," he muttered. "Fog juice, cheap wiring, who knows?" He pulled a clipboard toward him and flipped to a fresh form. "In the meantime, I need you to write an incident note," he said. "Just in case anything comes up. Date, time window, your description. The more detail, the better." The words, "just in case," made the hair at the back of my neck stir. Just in case what? Someone complained? Someone else reported something? Someone went missing? I did not ask. I took the pen he held out and printed my name at the top of the page, hand feeling clumsy. As I scribbled down the basic facts, another question bubbled up. One that had been nagging at me since I first heard cameras everywhere. "If you want," I said, keeping my tone light, "I can show you exactly where he stood. In the room, I mean. So when you watch the video, you know where to look." Rick leaned back in his chair, cracking his spine with a little grimace, and shook his head. "We will see him if he is there," he said. "West Wing cameras are decent. We do not actually have a live mic in that room, just video, but the picture should be clear enough." I paused, pen hovering over the incident report. "You do not have a mic?" "For the guests, yeah, in some sections," he said, waving a hand. "For show stuff, but not in West Wing, just video. Audio out there is a mess anyway. Too much bleed from other rooms. Mic would be useless." Something cold slid down my spine. Ridiculous and obvious at the same time. The night before, Jared had told me my mic was live for safety. The little clip-on at my chest, the one I clung to as a lifeline. "Mic's hot. You need anything, say it." It might have been live to them in the moment, sure. A way to hear if I yelled the right kind of word. But the system that mattered, the one that kept records, that could prove someone had been in my room who should not have been, that could replay what I had screamed, had never been designed to listen to me. If I had shouted his name until my voice broke, if I had begged and cursed and choked it out into the red light, the cameras would have watched in perfect silence. I signed the bottom of the form, my name a crooked line. Rick slid it into a stack of other papers without reading it all the way, then stood. "All right," he said. "We will pull the footage before next weekend. If we see anything, we will deal with it. For now, we are short on bodies, and people are already lining up, so..." He gave me a tight, managerial smile. "You ready to get back on the bed?" My right wrist throbbed faintly under my sleeve, the phantom imprint of gloved fingers pressing through the leather. "Yeah," I said. "I guess I am." It was not the very next night, or even the one after. Riverside blurred together when you worked there. Fog, sweat, makeup, sleep, repeat. But a few shifts later, as I was pulling into the lot and psyching myself up to get back on the bed, Rick caught my arm near the staff entrance. "Emily," he said. "Office. Got something to show you before we open." The way he said it made my stomach tighten. Not urgent exactly, but not casual either. His office looked the same as before. Cluttered desk, half-crushed energy drink, stacks of paper that seemed to breathe when no one was watching. The air was warm and stale, pulsing with heat from the computer towers under the desk and the small space heater clicking on and off near his feet. The faint smell of old coffee hung over everything. The wall of monitors glowed in front of us, a patchwork of grainy black and white squares and washed-out color. Tiny timestamps ran along the edges, each one its own little river of numbers. From where I stood, I could see a clown hallway, the main entrance line, a shot of the gravel lot, the outside of the loading dock. A few feeds had the occasional static line crawling down, collapsing part of the image into snow for a heartbeat before restoring it. Rick dropped into his chair and motioned me closer with 2 fingers. "We pulled the night you talked about," he said, already reaching for the mouse. "Figured we would walk through it together." I moved in behind him, close enough that I could feel the faint electric warmth coming off the back of the monitors. The low whir of hard drives filled the room like insect wings. Somewhere beyond the thin wall to our right, ice clunked in a concession stand machine, a hollow, irregular sound that made me think of bones rapping together. Rick clicked on one of the squares. It popped open, filling the main screen. My room, West Wing. In black and white, it looked smaller. The red lights were flattened into pale gray washes, the shadows going almost black in the corners. The gurney was a ghostly rectangle in the center, the straps thin bands of darker gray across it. My own body lay there, a pale shape in a paler gown, hair dark against the pillow. "That is you," Rick said unnecessarily, scrubbing the timeline back with the mouse. "We are starting around 10 p.m. This is the busiest stretch. We will jump around to the window you mentioned." On screen, sped up, I jerked and thrashed in inhuman little bursts as the video fast-forwarded. The guest door opened and closed in stuttering movements, people flickering through my room like ghosts. In the sped-up footage, fear and boredom and bravado all looked the same, just shapes leaning in and away, bending and straightening, mouths opening into white blurs. Rick slowed it back down as the timestamp approached the time I had written in my incident report. "All right," he said. "Here is the chunk you flagged. Watch." We leaned in. In the normal speed playback, I could see my own chest rising and falling. The last group I remembered before the man slipped through was leaving. 3 figures moving toward the guest door, the doctor actor herding them out, his coat flaring. The door closed behind them with a soft bounce. The room settled. Just me and the gurney in the shadows. "That is the empty beat," I said quietly. He came in right after that, from the staff door. On the monitor, the seconds ticked forward. 22, 17, 36. 22, 17, 37. 22, 17, 38. At 22, 17, 39, the picture broke. It was small at first, just a tiny stutter, like someone had bumped the camera. The lines of the room bent for a fraction of a second, the bed stretching sideways, the doorway skewing. A cluster of pixels near the staff door clumped, turned into a blocky smear. Then the whole screen froze. Not paused. Frozen. The timestamp kept blinking at the bottom, numbers advancing. 22, 17, 40. 22, 17, 41. 22, 17, 42. But the image did not move. I lay on the bed with my head turned just so, eyes half open, mouth mid-shape. The straps were lines of dark stuck in the same curve. The door, both doors, were in exactly the same position as the last frame. After 3 seconds of that, the picture dissolved into a mess of squares. Pixelation crawled across the image, turning my room into a mosaic. For a moment, it was all just gray blocks, shifting in place. Then, as suddenly as it had broken, the feed snapped back. Clearer, sharper almost. But the angle was a hair different. The edges of the room shifted, like someone had bumped the dome camera and jogged it by a degree or two. On screen, my body jerked as another group came in, my mouth opening wide in a scream I could not hear. The staff door had not moved. The guest door was in mid-swing. Rick clicked the mouse, backing up a couple of seconds, then rolling it forward again. Freeze. Pixel storm, jump, new angle. No man. No slow, careful opening. No gloved hand. "See?" he muttered. "This damn DVR has been giving us hell all month. Cheap system. Overheats, drops frames, does this little reboot thing. We've got whole chunks where it just decides to have a stroke." He dragged the scrubber back and forth a few more times, watching the same glitch happen from slightly different points. Each time, the moment I remembered, the handle turning, the door easing open, was swallowed by the freeze and the static. My palms felt slick. I wiped them on my jeans without thinking. "Right there," I said, pointing at the staff door on the screen. That is when I saw it. The handle turning. He was there. I know he was there. Rick sighed through his nose. "I am not saying you did not feel something," he said carefully. "What I am saying is, the camera choked. It happens. That is on us, not on you. But if the DVR fell over right when your guy showed up, there is nothing to pull. We cannot see what we do not have." The room felt too loud and too quiet at the same time. The fluorescent light above us buzzed in a steady, nagging tone. The hard drives under the desk whirred and clicked, tiny mechanical teeth biting at information. From the concession stand, the ice machine clunked again, ice dropping into a bin with a hollow thud. Each noise seemed to underline the silence on the screen where something should have been. "Let me see the hallway," I said. My voice sounded thin. "The staff hall, outside the door." He hesitated just a fraction, then clicked over to another feed. The image changed to the narrow corridor behind West Wing. Doorways on either side, the exit sign glowing at the far end. Empty. Rick scrolled the timeline forward to the same timestamp. 22:17:36, 22:17:37, 22:17:38. At 22:17:39, the hallway video hiccuped too. For a second, the whole frame went black. Not static, not distortion, just solid black, with the white timestamp numbers still blinking at the bottom, marching forward. 22:17:40, 22:17:41, 22:17:42. When the picture came back, the corridor was empty again. No one entering my staff door, no one leaving it, no one moving past. "See what I mean?" Rick said, drumming his fingers on the desk. "We lost a few seconds across a bunch of channels. System-wide. Cheap DVRs and fog machines do not mix. It is a miracle half this stuff works when we are at full blast." I watched the black stretch swallow the seconds that mattered. He kept talking, something about calling the installer after the season, about upgrades next year. I barely heard him. The hum of the office seemed to swell. Fans, light, some unseen compressor kicking on behind the wall. Everything sounded just slightly louder, as if the room were leaning in too, trying to hear something in the gap that was not there. So you are saying... I started, then stopped. My throat felt dry. I am saying we do not have him on video, Rick said. We have you. We have the groups before and after. We have a technical hiccup in between. I am not calling you a liar, Emily. I am just telling you what the system shows, or what it did not show. He scrubbed a little further, into the minutes after. Guests flooding in, me flailing, doctor doing his routine. From this distance, nothing looked wrong. Nothing screamed. There was someone else here. Then, as he dragged the scrubber back one last time, something flickered at the edge of the frame. It was quick. So quick that if I had blinked, I would have missed it. A single frame, maybe two, right before the freeze, where a dark blur appeared near the staff door. Not a solid form, not something clear enough to screenshot and point at in a police report. Just density. An extra shadow in the wrong place. The gray tones bunching together into a shape that looked like a smudge sliding into the room. What was that? I said, leaning in, hand unconsciously grabbing the back of his chair. Rick immediately rolled the wheel on the mouse, jumping past it into the static storm and out the other side. That? He said, a shade too fast. Motion noise. The compressor kicking on. Someone slamming a door in another section. These cameras freak out all the time. I would not read too much into it. Can you go back? I asked. Just one frame. I saw... We have a line at the door already, he said, clicking to minimize the window and bring up the multi-camera grid again. I just wanted you to see we checked. We will keep an eye on it. If we catch anyone breaking route, they are gone. Simple as that. On the wall of screens, the present tense played out. People filing into the lot, lights swinging, fog drifting. No frozen frames. No missing seconds. Just the now, marching on. Behind my ribs, something cold settled in like a stone at the bottom of a river. For a heartbeat, in that glitchy little tear in the recording, I had felt less alone with what I remembered. A smear of darkness where my mind said a man had stood. Then a click of a mouse smoothed it back into just motion noise, and the system, once again, had nothing to say about him at all. That night, after Rick showed me how the system had nothing to say about the man in my room, the shift itself felt strangely muted. The screams from guests sounded thinner. The hospital loop felt more mechanical, less like a soundtrack and more like a metronome that someone had wound too tight. I went through the motions, straps, begging, thrashing, but my head kept replaying the frozen frames on Rick's monitor, the way the footage had skipped right over the part I needed it to remember. We closed late. Cleanup took longer than usual, and by the time I signed out, most of the guests were gone. The front floodlights had been shut off one row at a time as the staff trickled out, leaving the lot in uneven patches of light and dark. The banners on the warehouse flapped weakly in the wind, their letters only half visible now, words like fear and trail cut in half, dangling in the orange glow of the remaining lamps. The air outside had that particular Ohio cold that feels wet even when it is not raining. My breath came out in small white bursts as I stepped off the loading dock and onto the gravel. Every crunch under my sneakers sounded too loud in the quiet. My silver 2010 Honda Civic sat where I had left it, a few rows out, under one of the aging sodium vapor lamps. The paint always looked a little dull under that kind of light, flattening the car into a gray shape with darker spots where the shadows hit. I fished my keys out of my jacket pocket, thumb finding the familiar button on the fob. The beep that answered me was sharp and bright in the empty lot. The hazard lights blinked twice, casting brief orange flashes over the surrounding gravel. For a second, it felt like I had just waved a small flag. Here I am. Here is my car. Here is where I will be in 30 seconds. I tried to shake it off. This was what you did after work. You unlocked your car. You went home. Your heart did not need to race about any of that. As I reached for the driver's side handle, something in my peripheral vision tugged. A few rows over, farther from the building, and closer to the dark edge where the lot fell away toward the river, a silver sedan was parked nose out. It was roughly the same size as my Civic, maybe a year or two different in age. Under the crooked lamp near it, the paint looked the same kind of flat metallic. Nothing that special. Columbus was full of cars like that, but this one had a dent. On the front passenger side bumper, there was a visible crush, a shallow, rounded depression that caught the light differently than the rest of the panel. Whatever had hit it had done so hard enough to wrinkle the metal, but not enough to take the car off the road. The windows were dark, not just tinted, though they might have been, but dark in that way where the angle and the light conspired to give you nothing. A blank sheen. I could not tell if anyone was sitting inside. I stood there for a second, my hand resting on my own car door, staring across the rows. The wind ruffled the torn edge of a flyer stuck to the light pole. Somewhere farther down, a staff member laughed, the sound bouncing strangely between the warehouse walls before dissolving. It is just a car, I told myself. People park here. People leave their cars here. Silver sedans exist. Yours is one of them. I got in, shut the door, and started the engine. The Civic's familiar little four-cylinder rumble vibrated up through the steering wheel into my hands. The dashboard lights blinked to life. Fuel gauge, speedometer, a soft orange glow that made the interior feel smaller, safer. When I put the car in reverse and glanced over my shoulder, the sedan was still where it had been. Nose pointed toward the aisle, bumper dent catching the light. No movement, no headlights, no obvious reason to keep looking. I backed out, turned toward the exit, and followed the worn path of tire ruts through the gravel. The crunching under my tires blended with the faint muffled thump of music from someone's car closer to the front. As I reached the edge of the lot and turned onto the access road, the warehouse slipped out of my rear view, replaced by the dark ribbon of asphalt leading up to the highway. The ramp onto I-270 was almost empty at that hour. The merge lanes stretched ahead, lit by the regular, distant glow of overhead lights. I accelerated, the engine's pitch rising to a steady drone as I settled into the right-hand lane, then moved over to the center. The interstate at night is its own kind of noise. Tires humming over concrete seams, the low rush of air pushing against the windshield, the occasional rumble strip growl when a truck drifts too close to the edge. I set my cruise around 65, hands light on the wheel, the radio off. I did not want any more sound in my head than I already had. Somewhere between the on-ramp and the interchange where I would shift onto I-70 East, I glanced up at the rearview mirror. A pair of headlights hung there, steady and small in the distance. Not so close they felt aggressive, not so far they could be ignored. Just present. They stayed at the same relative spot in the mirror as I passed an exit, then another. Traffic was light, but not non-existent. A pickup truck blew by in the left lane at one point, its taillights shrinking quickly into the distance. A semi trundled along in the far right lane, hazard lights flickering on and off as it approached a hill. The pair of headlights behind me, though, kept their place. I changed lanes once, sliding gently from the middle to the right, just to let a faster car pass. The headlights behind me slid over too, keeping that same measured distance. Coincidence, I told myself. You are all going the same way. This is literally what traffic looks like. Near the interchange, I moved back to the middle lane to take the fork toward I-70 East. The overhead signs loomed, bright and reflective. Columbus, Wheeling. I signaled, checked my blind spots, merged. In the mirror, the headlights shifted with me again, gliding into the same lane a few beats later. The tires hummed. The engine droned. Wind buffeted the side of the car in short, irregular pushes whenever a truck passed in the opposite direction on the other side of the median. My wipers squeaked once on a dry windshield when my finger brushed the stalk accidentally. Every sound seemed louder now that my brain had found something to hang on. It is late, I thought. There are only so many cars out here. You are all funneling toward the same limited exits. That is how this works. I watched the green exit signs count down. One for a suburb I had never been to. One for a hospital complex. One for my own. As I flicked my blinker on and eased into the right-hand lane, I checked the mirror again, heart hammering preemptively. The headlights behind me stayed where they were for a few more seconds. Then, as I committed to the off-ramp, they drifted back to the center lane and kept going, gliding past my exit like nothing. The silver sedan, if that was even what it was, continued east on I-70, swallowed by the curve of the road and the wash of distance. The last thing I saw was the faint reflection of its taillights on the median barrier. Then it was gone. I laughed once, out loud, at myself. It came out thin and a little shaky. "You are not that interesting," I said to the empty car. "Nobody is following you home." Maybe saying it made it true. Maybe it did not. A few days later, on my day off, I was back at Starbucks, this time on a mid-morning shift. The sky outside was a washed-out gray, the kind that makes everything look like it has been run through a filter. Drive-through was steady. Minivans, SUVs, commuters too lazy or too tired to get out of their cars. The usual. I was on window duty, headset pinching one ear, the other filled with the sound of milk steaming and blenders grinding. The little chime sounded every time a car pulled up to the speaker. Orders crackled in my ear. Grande this, venti that, oat milk, no foam, extra hot. I smiled, said the lines I always said, slid drinks across the stainless steel counter at the window. That was when I saw it. It was 3 cars back in the drive-through line, paused between the painted arrows, waiting for its turn at the menu board. A silver sedan. Not just any silver sedan. My brain latched onto the shape of the dent on the front passenger side bumper before it even registered the rest of the car. Same rounded indentation, same crumpled edge where the paint had a slightly different sheen. "Order for Jason," I said automatically, handing a drink out to the current car. My eyes kept darting past the driver's shoulder to the line, trying not to stare. The sedan inched forward, filling more of the frame of the window's view, then disappeared under the overhang as it reached the speaker. I heard the voice in my headset a moment later. Low, masculine, not loud enough to give me much, just enough to order a medium black coffee and a sausage sandwich. No customization, no chatter. When I repeated the order, there was a pause, then a quiet, yeah. When the car pulled up to my window, I felt my throat tighten. Up close, the dent was unmistakable. Same spot, same depth. The front passenger side bumper had that slightly collapsed look, as if someone had backed into a pole in a parking lot and decided it was not worth fixing. A few faint scratches feathered out from the impact point. The driver kept his head angled slightly away from me, brim of a dark baseball cap tilted low. Between the cap and the pillar of the car, I could not get a clear view of his face, just the line of his jaw, a bit of stubble, a hint of cheek. Sunglasses covered his eyes, even though the day was not bright. He paid in cash. Not many people did that anymore. The bills were folded neatly, edges aligned. When our fingers brushed as I handed him his change, his skin felt cool, gloved by the weather more than fabric. He murmured a thanks that barely rose above the hum of his engine. I smiled the way I always did, because that is what my job required. Have a good one, I said. He rolled the window up without another word and pulled forward out of the line. Normally, that would have been the end of it. Cars move up, cars move on. You forget them the second they turn out onto Sawmill. This one did not leave, not right away. Between orders, when I glanced past the next driver's shoulder toward the lot, I saw the silver sedan again. It had not merged back into traffic. Instead, it had pulled into one of the farthest spots in the side lot, nose pointed toward the street, just beyond the reach of the main store windows. It idled there. From the window, I could see the faint shimmer of exhaust puffing out behind it into the cold air, dissolving quickly. The brake lights glowed dull red, then faded as the driver took his foot off the pedal. The car sat perfectly still, angled just so that I could not see the driver's window clearly. Only the windshield, dark and reflective. For a long moment, longer than made sense for someone rearranging their cup holders or checking their phone, it stayed like that. Engine on, facing the street, facing, indirectly, the drive-through window where I was standing. The headset crackled in my ear again. Hi, welcome to Starbucks. What can I get started for you? I heard myself say, even as my eyes kept flicking back to that far spot. By the time I managed another look, spinning from the register to grab a drink, the silver sedan was in motion. It eased out of the space, merged calmly into the street traffic, and was gone, swallowed by the gray afternoon, leaving behind nothing but the faint smell of exhaust and the shape of its dent burned into the back of my mind. They always said the last Saturday before Halloween was where Riverside made its money, but that night it felt like the place was eating more than it was earning. The lot was already a mess when I pulled in. Cars stacked in strange angled rows, attendants waving flashlights, people cutting through gravel aisles instead of following any kind of order. Music thumped from somewhere near the front, some bass-heavy playlist bleeding into the already thick air of fog juice and cigarette smoke. Even from my car, I could hear the chainsaws starting up outside the trail, that familiar guttural roar tearing at the quiet. Inside, the backstage energy had shifted from frantic to strained. Everyone was tired. Makeup went on faster and sloppier. The bruises on my wrists were dabbed in with 3 quick swipes instead of careful blending. Maddie barely had time for jokes. Her brushes were moving constantly, her gloves smeared with fake blood. Rick looked worse than usual. He stood in front of the monitor wall in his office, headset on, walkie in hand, talking too fast. "We are at an hour wait." He snapped into the radio as I passed. "I do not care if the fog machine's throwing a fit. Keep the line moving. No dead zones." Jared caught me in the hallway, with my gown half on. His smile was there, but it was tight. "We are beyond stacked on West Wing," he said. "No fluff tonight. You're going to be almost constant once we open. You good?" "Define good," I said, but it came out more tired than funny. He gave my shoulder a quick squeeze. "Mike's live. We are out there. Just do what you do. We will get through it." The straps felt heavier that night, like they had absorbed something from all the previous hours I had spent in them. When the leather wrapped around my wrists and buckles clicked shut, there was no pretending I did not know exactly how little give they had. My skin was already tender before we even opened the doors. I could feel where old marks lay under the makeup, the faint ghost of someone's fingers printed in my nerves. The room felt smaller too. The red light did not just wash over the corners. It pressed into them, tightening the space until all that existed was the bed, the staff door, the guest door, and the slice of ceiling above me with its stained tile and buzzing fluorescent panel. The beeping loop seemed louder, ticking off time I could not track. Once the first groups hit, everything blurred. The Saturday crowd was different, harsher around the edges. People came in already wound up, already half drunk or wired from whatever they had done before they got to the haunt. They shoved each other, shouted over the actors, treated every room like a dare. From the bed, all I could do was write it. Group after group. Scream, beg, thrash, repeat. The doctor actor had gone full mad scientist, his voice cracking from overuse as he howled at them. Chairs banged, props clanged, the heart monitor looped mercilessly. I was more on edge than I had ever been, not just because of the volume, but because I was listening for things that had nothing to do with the show. Every time metal clicked anywhere near my room, someone slamming a door in the hall, a prop bed banging against a wall, a chain settling, I felt my muscles twitch. The staff door latch had a particular sound, a small, tight clack that was different from the heavy thunk of the guest door. I had heard it in my sleep since that night with the man in the hoodie. Now I braced for it every time there was a lull in the noise. Twice, maybe 3 times, during that evening stampede, I thought I saw him. Once, in the middle of a larger group, when the strobe hit just right, I caught a glimpse of a dark hood shape in the doorway behind a mass of bodies. Not a mask, not one of our clown faces or asylum wigs. Just a hood, brim low, a slice of shadow where a face should have been. The next flash, he was gone, swallowed by the mass of moving people, replaced by a guy in a football jersey and a girl in glitter devil horns. Another time, as a group was being pushed toward the exit, I felt it instead of saw it. The sense of someone standing just a little too close to the bed. Breath I could not feel, but somehow knew was there. I jerked against the straps, ready to snap, only to find a college kid leaning over, laughing right in my face, his friend filming him with a phone. Between screams, my eyes kept flicking to the staff door, even when I should have been focusing on the guests. The handle stayed still, No slow rotation, no careful easing open, just that blank metal rectangle, humming with the same red glow as everything else. Sometime past midnight, the flood started to thin again. The groups got smaller, people shuffled more than they ran. The screams came out, ragged, half-hearted, worn down by repetition. My voice felt the same way, raw, frayed at the edges. Every time I begged or screamed, it scraped. The straps chewed at my skin with each motion, the leather sticky against sweat and old paint. Closing was chaos. Over the radios, Rick barked instructions. Once your last group clears, kill your loops. Tex, start powering down where you can. Do not leave foggers unattended. We are not burning this place down before Halloween. The last group I got was a small one, 2 couples, all of them looking more exhausted than scared. I gave them what I had left anyway. They flinched, moved on, and then the door closed for the last time that night. Jared came in slower than usual, shoulders sagging. The unbuckling felt like it took longer. The straps peeled away, leaving new grooves over old ones. When I sat up, the room swayed for a second, my body protesting the change from horizontal to vertical. I clocked out later than I ever had. The numbers on the cheap digital time clock glowed 1:10 a.m. when I punched my card. Staff drifted toward the exits in ones and twos, jackets thrown over costumes, faces smeared half clean with baby wipes. The front lights were mostly off now. Only a few security floods remained, casting long, thin shadows across the gravel lot. Outside, the cold hit like a wall. The air felt cleaner than it had in hours, but it also felt emptier. The noises of the haunt cut off abruptly once the door swung shut behind me, replaced by a broader, thinner quiet. The distant rush of the highway, the faint slap of the river against whatever banks it could find, the occasional car door thunk from the far side of the lot. My Civic sat where I had left it, silver skin turned matte under the security light. There were only a handful of other cars left now, scattered like abandoned pieces in a game nobody finished. One of them was a silver sedan. Farther out, under a lonely pole light near the edge of the property, it rested nose out, angled toward the exit. Same general size, same dull metallic paint, same shallow rounded dent in the front passenger side bumper, catching the light in that now familiar warped way. The engine looked off. No headlights, no visible exhaust. But with modern cars, idling could be almost silent from a distance. The windows were dark, harder than ever to read in the patchy light. The car did not move. It simply existed there, in the corner of my eye, like a thought I did not want to finish. Lots of silver sedans, I murmured to myself, breath puffing white. You live in Ohio, not in a movie. I started walking toward my Civic. The gravel crunched under my sneakers, each step matched by a faint swish of denim. The key fob felt small and plasticky in my hand, its edges familiar grooves in my fingers. The warehouse loomed behind me, now mostly dark, its banners limp and unreadable in the weak glow. When I reached my car, I hit the unlock button. The Civic beeped, hazard lights flicking twice. The sound seemed to snap the quiet in half. Out of reflex more than anything, I glanced back over my shoulder, eyes drawn again to the far pole light and the silver shape parked beneath it. For a heartbeat, nothing changed. Then very softly, the brake lights on the sedan glowed red. Not full force, not the bright flare you get when someone slams on them. Just a brief, pulsing glow. The kind that happens when a foot taps the pedal lightly or shifts from brake to gas. The rest of the car did not move. I had not seen anyone walk up to it. I had not heard a door open or close. 1 second, it had been a dark, still shape. The next, it had the unmistakable sign of someone inside, touching controls. The red reflected weakly on the gravel behind it, 2 dull eyes opening and closing. Then they went dark again, leaving the car looking once more like a hunk of cold metal waiting patiently under the light. My Civic beeped again as the auto-lock timer reminded me to get in or get lost. I swallowed, fingers suddenly clumsy on the handle, and told myself that cars did things without meaning. People sat and scrolled their phones. People put on playlists. People waited for someone else to come out. It did not matter that I had no good reason to believe any of those people had anything to do with me. The important thing, I tried to tell myself as I slid into my driver's seat and locked the doors a little too fast, was that I had somewhere else to be. Pulling out of the lot felt like trying to peel myself off a piece of flypaper. Every instinct I had was screaming to just stay parked until the world reset somehow. Instead, I put the Civic in gear, eased over the ruts in the gravel, and followed the familiar curve of the access road toward the highway ramp. The warehouse shrank in my rearview mirror, a dark block with a few stubborn lights still clinging to its edges. Past that, nothing but trees and the black suggestion of the river. The street lamps thinned out the closer I got to the ramp. My own headlights tunneled forward, carving a narrow path through the dark. At the end of the access road, I stopped at the sign, checked left and right. The interstate hummed nearby, a constant river of sound. I waited for a gap in the traffic, then pressed the gas and rolled up onto the on-ramp, the Civic's engine rising in a tired whine as it climbed. Within a minute, I saw them. Headlights poured down the curve of the ramp behind me, one pair among a few scattered lights. Tail lights ahead, headlights behind. That was normal. The whole point of a highway is that you are almost never truly alone. But when those particular headlights settled into the lane behind me at a familiar, careful distance, something in my stomach recognized the silhouette before my brain caught up. In the mirror, the shape of the car was a dark smudge with 2 white eyes. Every sedan looks similar in the dark, I told myself. You cannot see a dent in a reflection. You are working with shadows and anxiety. I merged onto the freeway, sliding into the middle lane out of habit. The sedan did the same, tucking in a couple of car lengths back. Not close enough to be rude, not far enough to be ignored. I adjusted my grip on the wheel, my palms already damp. It could be anyone, I muttered. There are a million silver sedans. You are not the main character here. An SUV passed us on the left, headlights sweeping briefly across the sedan as it slid by. For a second, the angle in my mirror shifted, and I saw more than just white dots. The roof line, the slope of the hood, the slightly darker patch on the passenger side front, where the metal did not catch the light quite right. The dent, or a dent, or my brain filling in missing information like it had with the glitchy video. I turned the radio down, even though it was barely on. The low music faded to a whisper, then nothing. Without it, the inside of the car filled with smaller sounds. The thrum of the tires over the concrete seams, the faint whistle of air around the door seals, a tiny rattle from the glove box or something. An old pen, a straw wrapper, jumped with each vibration. My own breathing grew loud in my ears, too fast for the speed I was going. I tried to slow it, counting the beats between inhales. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Repeat. Paranoid, I said aloud, just to hear a human voice. You had a long shift. You watched glitchy footage. Your brain is looking for patterns. Ahead, green exit signs glowed and slipped past. The highway curved gently, a black ribbon with reflective dashes. I kept the speedometer pinned at around 65. The sedan behind me stayed exactly where it was. Fine, I thought. You want data? Test it. I eased my foot off the gas, letting the car's speed bleed away slowly enough that it would not look like braking. The needle dipped. 62, 60, 58. In the mirror, the headlights behind me grew a fraction smaller. The sedan eased off too, maintaining the same pocket of space between us. No impatient lane change, no flash of high beams, no pass. A bead of sweat slid down between my shoulder blades, sticking my shirt to the seat. I gripped the wheel a little harder. Coincidence? I said, but my mouth was dry. They are just being cautious. Maybe they are tired. Maybe they are texting. I pressed the gas again, more deliberately this time. The engine responded with a strained hum as the Civic picked up speed. 70, 72, a little under 75. The car vibrated faintly the way it always did when I pushed it harder than usual. The headlights behind me grew larger, then backed off, then settled again at their careful, polite distance. Whoever was driving that sedan was not letting me go, but they were also not crowding me. Matching, not chasing. My hands were slick on the wheel. I wiped one palm on my jeans, then the other, then put both back where they belonged, thumbs resting on the textured plastic at 10, and 2, like I was taking a driving test again. Up ahead, an exit sign I barely ever used loomed. A smaller suburb, gas stations, some back roads that would eventually wind their way toward where I needed to go if I was willing to add 20 minutes to my drive. I had taken it once by accident when I first got the job at Starbucks and sworn I never would again. The idea slid into my head quietly. Turn off. If the sedan kept going straight, I could laugh at myself all the way home. If it followed, then there was something more than random late-night traffic happening on that stretch of highway. I waited until the last reasonable moment, heartbeat ticking faster than the blinker I was about to use. My fingers found the turn signal and flicked it down. The indicator on my dash began to click. Loud, hollow notes that sounded too much like a countdown. Tick, tick, tick. The sedan was still behind me in the middle lane. I watched the mirror like it was a second screen in a horror game. Headlights, steady. Space, steady. I eased the Civic toward the right-hand lane, crossing the broken white line as smoothly as I could, trying not to look like I was making a sudden decision, even though I was. The exit sign slid overhead, announcing our off-ramp in plain reflective letters. In the mirror, the sedan's turn signal came on. The small, amber light blinked to life on the front corner of the car behind me, perfectly synced with mine. Tick, tick, tick. As I committed to the lane and guided the car onto the curved exit ramp, the sedan did the same, its headlights tilting and following. Every rational explanation I had lined up fell over in my head, knocking each other down like dominoes. Maybe it is just someone who lives in the same direction, I thought weakly. Maybe they are tired of the main route and want the back roads tonight. Maybe they are really attached to this random strip mall suburb you have never cared about. The rattle in the glove box seemed louder now, a little tremor in time with every bump in the road. The tires hummed over a slightly rougher surface as the ramp curved away from the interstate. My breathing climbed up into my chest, shallow and fast. In the rearview mirror, the amber blinker on the sedan kept rhythm with mine. Two perfectly matched pulses of light cutting small holes in the dark. The exit ramp fed me onto a quieter 4-lane road that always felt like it was stuck between being part of the city and part of nowhere. On either side, to the left and right, low commercial buildings sat back from the road like they had slumped there and forgotten to get up. Strip malls, small offices, chain restaurants with their signs turned off for the night. Most of the storefronts were dark, their big glass windows reflecting only the occasional passing headlight. A few neon signs still buzzed alive in the distance. An open 24 hours above a laundromat, a flickering beer and wine over a convenience store, but their glow barely dented the dark. The light ahead of me turned red. I slowed, my blinker ticking hollowly as I eased into the left turn lane. The silver sedan stayed behind me, one car back, like it had no place more important to be. The moment the car was still, my body remembered I had a phone. I grabbed it from the center console with hands that did not feel entirely like mine. My thumbs trembled as I tapped in my passcode and pulled up Google Maps. The screen glow lit my face in pale blue, making the world outside the windshield seem even darker. Police station near me, I typed. The words looked dramatic on the search bar, like the beginning of a bad story. A few options popped up on the map, bigger stations a few miles out, and one closer dot, a small substation tucked into a strip mall not far ahead on this same road. 3 minutes, the app said. 2 if I caught the lights. The red light reflected in my rearview mirror, turning the sedan's headlights faintly pink. I swallowed. My mouth tasted like old coffee and adrenaline. The light flipped to green. I put the phone in the cradle, hit start, and the navigation voice cut in. Calm, artificial, completely unbothered. In 500 feet, turn right. Her tone sat on top of the sounds in my car, like it belonged there. The rhythm of my turn signal, the low drone of the engine, the distant hiss of another car passing in the opposite direction. It felt wrong that something in this equation sounded so relaxed. I obeyed the instructions. Right turn, then a straight stretch, then another right into a side street that led past a darkened bank and an insurance office. The silver sedan followed at that same careful distance, its headlights always pinned to the same spot in my mirror. In 200 feet, turn left, the phone said politely. Up ahead, a small plaza materialized out of the dark. Brick and stucco, flat roofs, a big shared parking lot. There was a nail salon, a deli with its chairs stacked upside down on tables, a tax prep place with posters curling in the windows. At the far end, almost tucked around the corner, a low, boxy building sat with a small sign out front. Police substation. The building itself was mostly dark. One interior light glowed faintly through a narrow window, casting a pale rectangle on the floor inside. A flagpole out front had its own dedicated light, making the flag look unnaturally bright and still in the night air. A camera dome over the entrance watched the parking lot with a blank black eye. I turned into the Plaza Drive, tires bumping slightly over the seam between the road and the lot. The sedan's headlights swung in behind me, a floating set of eyes tethered to my rear bumper. My heart punched hard in my chest. If this is nothing, you are about to be really embarrassed, I thought. If it is not nothing. In 100 feet, Your destination will be on the right," the phone announced calmly. I did what any normal, law-abiding person would do when they suddenly felt very small and very watched. I pulled straight into the police lot section, the part clearly marked with faded white lettering on the asphalt. Police vehicles only. There was a lamppost there, brighter than the others, and another camera mounted high up, its dome reflecting the yellow light. My Civic rolled to a stop under the lamppost's glow. I put the car in park, but did not turn the engine off. The dash lights hummed around me. The heater fan was on low, blowing just enough warm air to fog the bottom edge of the windshield. I stared through it, watching the entrance to the lot. The silver sedan glided in behind me, but not all the way. It entered the plaza, then slowed to a crawl as it approached the part of the lot where the police section began. For a heartbeat, it hovered there, nose angled toward my row, speed almost nothing. This is where a normal person either follows you in, rolls down their window, and says, "Hey, is everything okay?" Or they keep going and mind their own business. The sedan did a third thing. At the last possible second, it veered barely left, skimming the edge of the police lot without fully committing. It moved along the far boundary, passing the police vehicles only letters like they meant nothing. Headlights sliding over the front of my car without ever stopping directly behind me. The driver never rolled down the window, never paused at an angle where I could see a face. The sedan moved slow, idle speed, like someone cruising a grocery store parking lot looking for a better spot. At the back edge of the lot, where it connected to a side lane that looped around the plaza, the car angled sharply away, then accelerated. Its taillights glowed once as it hit the exit, then shrank into the distance. I kept my hands clamped around the steering wheel. The leather under my fingers felt slick, not just from the cold, but from my own sweat. My shoulders were so tense it hurt to breathe. The logical part of my brain called roll credits right there. The car is gone. You are literally parked under a lamppost in front of a police building. You are fine. The rest of me was not convinced. The substation building looked closed. No steady traffic, no officers coming and going, no hum of activity. Just that one dim rectangle of light deep inside, like someone had left a break room lamp on and forgotten it. The idea of getting out of my Civic, crossing the dark stretch of asphalt, and tugging on those glass doors felt wrong, exposed. I tried to picture it, walking into that lobby, if it was even open, and explaining to whoever was there that I had driven off my usual route because a car might have followed me. That I had noticed a dent at Starbucks, and a dent at Riverside, and a dent on the highway, and a dent here. No license plate number, no clear description of the driver, just headlights, a feeling, and a string of coincidences. With respect, ma'am, nothing actually happened. I could hear some tired officer saying, even if they never would. You got spooked and drove to a safe place. That is good. Just keep being aware of your surroundings. The idea of having this whole thing labeled as just being jumpy by someone official made my skin crawl almost as much as the thought of doing nothing had. Instead of getting out, I stayed in the car and did the least dramatic thing I could think of. I called the non-emergency number. My hands shook as I found it, tapping through to the county's website and hitting the little phone icon. The call connected, the line clicked, and a woman's voice answered, professional and neutral. Non-emergency dispatch, how can I help you? I took a breath, that felt like it scraped my lungs on the way in and gave her the short version. My name, where I was, where I'd come from. A silver sedan, possible dent on the front passenger side bumper. The way it had matched my lane changes and speed on I-70. The fact that when I pulled into a police substation lot, it had turned in, slowed, then peeled away at the last second. As I spoke, I watched the entrance road to the plaza, half expecting the sedan to circle back in, to slide into view while I was mid-sentence. The dispatcher listened quietly, typing. I could hear the faint clack of keys under her voice. "Okay," she said when I finished. "We will make a note of it. If you see the vehicle again, or if you feel you are in immediate danger, call 911. Right now, you are somewhere safe. If you would like an officer to come out, I can put in a request, but response time may be delayed." Her tone was calm, the way you talk to someone you are not quite sure how to categorize yet. Not dismissive, not alarmed, just neutral. "No." I glanced at the building again, at the blank glass doors. "I think I just wanted it on record, in case. I am going to head home now." "All right," she said. "Drive safe, Emily." The line clicked off. In the quiet that followed, my car suddenly felt too small. The silence was not even perfect. There was still the faint tick of the cooling engine, the almost inaudible buzz of the dashboard lights, but it pressed in on my eardrums all the same, thick and heavy. I set my phone back in the cup holder, my fingers tingling like they had fallen asleep. For a handful of seconds, nothing moved. Outside, the flag on the pole barely stirred. The plaza lot sat empty and flat. The entrance road showed no headlights. Then the AC fan kicked back on with a soft click and a rush of air from the vents. The hiss of it cut through the quiet so suddenly that I flinched hard, my shoulders jumping up to my ears, heart slamming against my ribs. I let out a breath that was half laugh, half sob. "Jesus," I muttered, "it is just the fan." I stayed parked there longer than I meant to. 5 minutes. 7. Almost 10. Long enough for my eyes to adjust to this new layer of dark, for the muscles in my hands to slowly unclench from the steering wheel, long enough to convince myself that if the sedan had wanted to come back, it would have. Finally, some small, stubborn part of me decided that sitting in a lit parking spot forever was not actually safer than going home. I took the car out of park, checked my mirrors, and began to back out of the police vehicles only space with the kind of carefulness you reserve for moving through someone else's house in the dark. As I angled the car to turn toward the exit, the side mirror caught a slice of the strip mall that I had been ignoring. The far end, near the dumpsters and the big green electrical boxes. That corner of the plaza was poorly lit, the bulbs and the overhead lamps either dim or burned out. Shadows pooled there, thick and still. In the mirror, for a moment, I saw an outline. Tall, narrow, still as one of the posts holding up the overhang. Positioned at the very edge of the light, where the darkness could almost pass as solid. I could not make out a face, just the suggestion of a person-shaped absence in the space where there should have been nothing. Facing the road, facing, indirectly, the little police lot where I had just been parked. My foot froze on the brake. The mirror shook slightly with the idle of the engine making the outline shimmer. I turned my head, too fast to look directly out the passenger window, trying to get a clean view past the headrest. The dumpsters were there, the electrical boxes, the stains on the asphalt, empty, Or maybe not. Maybe whoever had been standing there had stepped back deeper into the shadows in the second it took me to look. Maybe my brain had taken a smear of shadow and a vertical pole and stitched them together into a person because that was the shape it was expecting. Either way, by the time I looked back at the mirror, there was nothing to see but a dark corner of an ordinary strip mall and the faint ghost of my own wide eyes reflected in the glass. I told myself I would wait a day, let my brain reset, see how things felt in the light. That was the lie I went to sleep with after the police lot. The truth was, by the time my alarm went off the next morning, my decision was already made. I lay there on my back in the half-dark of my bedroom, staring at the hairline crack in the ceiling above my bed. The Civic's engine noise still seemed to vibrate faintly in my bones. Every time I blinked, I saw the silver sedan's headlights in my rear view and the dent flashing past my drive-through window. My body had slept because it had no choice. My mind had just taken short breaks from running in circles. I did not want to go back to Riverside. Not for one more night. Not for one more set of straps. Not for one more walk across that gravel lot with the building at my back and the dark pressing in from the river. So I did the easiest, most cowardly thing I could think of. I emailed Rick. I sat at my tiny kitchen table with my laptop open, morning light trying and failing to make the third-floor apartment look cheerful. The fridge hummed at my back, the AC unit under the window ticking as it decided whether it cared enough to kick on. My fingers hovered over the keys, then started typing the kind of message I had written twice before in other jobs. Hi, Rick. I wanted to let you know that I will not be able to continue at Riverside for the rest of the season. Some family stuff came up, and my schedule is changing with Starbucks, and it is just not going to line up. I am really sorry for the timing. Thank you for the opportunity. I learned a lot, and it was a fun experience. Emily? I stared at the words, family stuff, until they blurred. There was nothing untrue about it in a technical sense. My family would absolutely be stuff if they found out I had been lying on a metal bed while strangers messed with my restraints. But the real reason I was quitting did not fit neatly into a two-line explanation. There is a man who comes through doors he is not supposed to use and tightens straps that no one remembers touching. There is a car that might not be special at all, except that it keeps appearing where I am. Somewhere in that mess, my brain has drawn a line between those points and decided I am the thing in the middle. I did not type any of that. Instead, I read the email once, fixed a typo, and hit send before I could talk myself out of it. His reply came faster than I expected. 10, maybe 15 minutes later, my phone lit up with a new message notification. Thanks for letting me know, Emily. Appreciate the heads up. You were good in the role. We will miss you this week, but I get that life happens. Take care. Rick. That was it. No. Can we talk? No. Do you want to tell me more about what happened with that guy? Whatever interest he had in the incident had been lost somewhere between the glitchy footage and the busiest week of the season. I told myself I was relieved. No confrontation. No awkward explanation. I was out. At Starbucks, though, it turned out quitting Riverside did not mean Riverside quit me. On my next shift, drive-through felt different. Before, the line of cars had always just been a conveyor belt of cups and lids to me. Venti ice this, grande hot that. License plates blurred together. Colors and makes and models were nothing but background texture. Now, I caught myself cataloging every vehicle that pulled into the lane, especially the silver ones, especially the sedans. A blur of metallic paint in the headset camera would make my chest tighten until the car rolled up and I saw it was a different shape, a different year, a clean bumper with no dent. I would exhale and smile and hand out their drinks like nothing was wrong. It made my pace sloppy. Twice, I almost handed the wrong drink to the wrong car because I was too busy staring past the driver's shoulder at the lot instead of looking at the stickers on the cups. Kayla nudged me with her elbow when I zoned out, whispering, "You good?" while the next order crackled in my ear. "Yeah," I said, because that was easier than explaining that I was keeping a mental log of every silver sedan that circled the building. At night, I started parking closer to my apartment building than I ever had before. My complex was one of those older, half-renovated places where the parking lot layout made sense only to whoever had painted it 20 years ago. Before, I had not cared that much. If I had to walk an extra 30 seconds from a far space, it was just more time with my podcast. Now, I found myself doing small, quiet calculations every time I pulled in. Which spots were under a working light? Which ones had a clear line of sight to the stairwell door? Which spaces did not have a direct view of the street, in case I imagined, or did not imagine, someone sitting in a car and watching? My building was 3 stories, rectangular, with exterior stairwells at each end. The stairwell nearest my unit was concrete and metal, the kind that turned every footstep into an echoing announcement. In the evenings, I could tell who was coming home by the rhythm of their climb. The neighbor on 2 with her heavy boots, the guy on 1 with his quick, light jog, the couple upstairs with their uneven 2-person cadence. The hallway on my floor was lit by those long, fluorescent tubes that buzzed as if they resented being asked to work. One of them, halfway down, had a flicker that came and went. Bright, dim, off, bright again. I had stopped noticing it months ago. After Riverside, it felt like the building was trying to talk in a language of light and sound I had not learned yet. At night, my apartment had its own pattern. It took me a while to realize it, because for most of my life, I had treated appliance noises as background static, nothing more. The AC compressor kicked on with a small click, followed by a rush of air from the vents, a soft, dusty hiss that filled the living room first, then the bedroom, then curled around the edges of the bathroom door. The fridge in the kitchen hummed in cycles, its motor grinding low for a minute or 2 before relaxing back into silence. Upstairs, my neighbor's TV murmured through the ceiling. Indistinct dialogue, canned laughter, the rise and fall of music from whatever show they fell asleep to. Each of those sounds had its own time signature, its own pattern of on and off. I started paying attention the way I had learned to at Riverside, timing the loops of the heart monitor, the stretches between groups. Here, instead of strangers, it was machinery, systems, the little mechanical heartbeats of home. And every so often, those cycles lined up. The AC would cycle off with a click. The fridge would finish its hum and go still. The neighbor's TV would go quiet for a second between episodes or after a power saver kick. The hallway light buzz seemed to drop a note. For 1, maybe 2 seconds, everything that usually filled the background fell away at the same time. The silence that rushed in was never total. I could still hear the faint whoosh of traffic from the main road a few blocks over, or a distant dog barking. But inside my apartment, it felt like the building had inhaled and forgotten to exhale. Those seconds made the tiny hairs on my arms stand up. They felt too much like the moment in Riverside when the DVR froze, when the door handle turned in quiet, when something stepped through a gap that was not supposed to exist. One night, around midnight, I was sitting on my couch with the TV on low, pretending to watch some show I would not remember. Empty mug on the coffee table. My phone face down next to it. The AC was doing its thing, a constant cool breath against the back of my neck. Then it clicked off. A half second later, the fridge motor wound down, humming itself into stillness. Upstairs, the muffled voices stopped mid-sentence, cut off by either a remote or a sleep timer. The hallway fluorescent outside my door stopped buzzing for the first time that I could remember. Silence fell into the apartment like a blanket dropped from the ceiling. In that strange, compressed quiet, I heard a different sound slide into focus. The low, steady rumble of an engine idling outside. It was not the brief swoosh and fade of a car passing by on the street. This was closer, slower, the kind of vibration that sinks through glass and drywall and floorboards all at once. It had a particular rhythm, a roughness somewhere in the middle of its purr that reminded me too much of how my Civic sounded when it was cold. The noise just sat there under everything, not moving, not changing. I froze. The remote in my hand suddenly felt heavy and stupid. The sound went on long enough that I could not treat it as random. 30 seconds, a minute, longer. A car does not idle outside a small apartment building at midnight for that long unless it is waiting for something. My brain offered options. Delivery driver, lift, someone lost, checking their GPS. None of those possibilities made the hollow in my chest feel any smaller. I got up quietly, as if the car could hear my footsteps. The carpet under my feet muffled the sound until I reached the little strip of laminate near the front door. That board creaked the way it always did. I winced like I had committed a crime. The blinds on my front window were cheap, the kind that always bent the wrong way when you touched them. I slid 2 slats aside with one finger and peered out through the narrow gap. The parking lot below was lit in patches by the overhead lamps. My Civic sat in its usual spot near the stairwell, crouched and small. A couple of other cars glowed dull under the lights. Farther out, toward the darker edge of the lot, there were shadows where more spaces waited. No silver sedan, no car of any color, with its headlights off and engine running. No visible source for the sound. As I watched, the engine noise faded, thinning out until it was gone. The faint street sounds rose to fill the space it left. A siren somewhere far away wailed once, then cut off. The hallway fluorescent outside my apartment buzzed back to life, a thin electric whine slipping under the door. The AC compressor clicked on again with a familiar sigh, and the cool air started rolling through the vents like nothing had ever stopped. If I had not heard the difference, the absence, the presence, the layered return, I could have convinced myself I had imagined the whole thing. I let the blinds fall back into place and stood there for a few more seconds, listening to my building remember how to make noise. I told myself a change of scenery would help. That was the kind of thing people said in movies when they were trying not to admit they were afraid to be alone in their own space. Still, when my mom texted and said, "If you are off this weekend, Come stay down here. I will get Ty." I said yes, faster than I meant to. She lived in Grove City, south of Columbus, in one of those quiet subdivisions where every house looked like a slightly different version of the same idea. 2 stories, small porch, patch of lawn trying its best. The streets looped back on themselves, names repeating with tiny variations. There was always at least one flag on a pole and one truck in a driveway. Mom had a Ring doorbell camera installed the year before, after a package went missing. The little glowing circle sat by her front door like a tiny electronic eye, facing the driveway and the narrow residential street beyond. At the time, I had rolled my eyes and told her she was being paranoid about porch pirates. Now, I was quietly grateful for any extra device that watched instead of just humming. Friday evening was almost aggressively normal. We ate takeout on the couch, pad thai straight from the carton for me, yellow curry for her, while a home renovation show mumbled on the TV. The dishwasher in the kitchen hummed and sloshed, its rhythmic whoosh adding a steady backdrop. Occasionally, the house's vents sighed as the furnace pushed warm air through. It was the kind of domestic noise that should have made it impossible to think about dark parking lots and silent sedans. Mom had set up the couch for me with an extra blanket and a pillow. She fussed a little. Did I want tea? Did I want another blanket? Did I want the TV on for background noise? I kept telling her I was fine. That word was getting a lot of use lately for someone who had called a police non-emergency line from a parking lot at 1 a.m. By the time she went up to bed, the house had settled into one of those comfortable late-night states. The TV was off, but the little light on the stand glowed softly, washing the room in a low, amber color. The digital clock on the cable box showed 12:04 in blue numbers. A wall clock near the stairs ticked steadily, the sound small but insistent in the quieter parts of the room. From the couch, I could hear the faint whoosh of cars traveling along the main road beyond the neat row of houses. They came in waves, 2, 3, then none for a while. It was enough noise to keep the silence from becoming total, but not enough to drown out my thoughts. I drifted in and out of sleep. Every time I woke up for a second, eyes gummy and dry, the house looked the same, but slightly shifted. Different shadows, different pipes clicking, the dishwasher cycling down and going silent. At some point, the only sound left was the wall clock and the occasional far-off car. Morning came with sunlight pressing through the slats of the blinds and the smell of coffee drifting down from the kitchen. Mom moved around upstairs. The plumbing thudded and sighed. I reached for my phone more out of habit than curiosity, thumb unlocking it as I rolled onto my back. There was the usual stack of notifications, emails, a group chat, an ad. Tucked among them was one I almost missed, a ring alert from my mom's app that I had set to forward to my phone when I started staying over sometimes. Motion detected, 3:12 a.m. The little bell icon next to it had a cheerful blue outline. I stared at it for a second, the timestamp digging into my brain. 3:12 a.m. was a very precise slice of the night, too precise to ignore. I tapped it. The Ring app opened with its friendly logo, and that same punctuated chime it always used to announce new clips, bright, almost playful. It landed wrong in my stomach. The video loaded. Grainy night vision footage in ghostly shades of gray and green. The camera pointed straight out from the front door, catching a chunk of the driveway, the sidewalk, the small patch of lawn, and the residential street. For several seconds, nothing happened. The frame held steady. A neighbor's porch light glowed faintly across the street. The empty road sat there, blank and quiet. Far off, a pair of headlights cut across the background at the top of the frame, briefly illuminating the tops of the trees before sliding out of view. Then a shape entered from the right edge. A car rolling into view slowly, no headlights, only the faint orange hue of its parking lights on. A silver sedan, its paint rendered as a pale, almost white smear by the night vision. As it moved past the house, the angle of the camera caught the front passenger side just right. Even in the warped grayscale, I could see it. A darker indentation, a broken line where the bumper should have been smooth. The dent distorted the reflection of the street like a ripple. The car did not stop. It did not even fully pause. It slowed as it passed my mom's driveway, creeping along as if the driver were double-checking house numbers, then kept going, gliding out of frame to the left. No sudden acceleration, no screeching. Just there, then gone. I watched the clip again, and again. Each time, my eyes went straight to the same details. The dent. The choice to keep headlights off at 3 in the morning on a quiet suburban street. The particular way the car slowed, not to a full stop, but to an almost thoughtful crawl. The police lot parking lights, the drive-through window, the far edge of my own apartment lot. All of those memories crowded under my skin and pushed. The Ring app's small ding when the clip ended felt obscene in comparison to what my body was doing. My heart had climbed into my throat. My palms were damp against the sides of the phone. I could hear the dishwasher in my memory, but in the present, the only sound was the muffled clink of dishes upstairs. I thought about calling up to my mom and saying, "Hey, look at this." I pictured her expression as she watched the clip. Maybe she would squint and say it looked like any car. Maybe she would glance at me with that particular mom fear that says, "Is someone targeting you? Should we call someone?" I did not want to put that in her head if I could not pull it out again. I did not want her looking at every car that passed her house and wondering if the driver inside had memorized her daughter's routes. So I did nothing. I just sat there on the couch with the blanket twisted around my legs, replaying the 15-second clip over and over, while the Ring app cheerfully pinged each time I scrubbed back to the beginning. After the 5th rewatch, I noticed a small icon at the top of the screen. History. I tapped it. A list of past alerts cascaded down, most from packages being delivered. My mom coming home from work, the mail carrier making the rounds. My thumb scrolled lazily at first, then more deliberately as I saw the timestamps stack up. Yesterday, the day before, last weekend. One entry made my breath hitch. Motion detected. 1:27 a.m. 7 days ago. 1:27 a.m. was a time I knew without meaning to. It was about when I had sat up in my own bed in my apartment last weekend, heart pounding for no obvious reason, feeling like the walls were closer than they had been when I lay down. I had looked at my phone that night, seen a cluster of notifications, including, I realize now, with a sick twist, a Ring alert, and told myself I was too tired to scroll through them. I tapped the older entry. The night vision view sprang up again, time-stamped in the top corner. Same driveway, same strip of street. This time, the camera caught the motion earlier. Farther down the road, a car approached from the left, moving in the opposite direction as the one in last night's clip. As it drew closer, its shape slotted into place too neatly. A silver sedan, parking lights on, headlights still off. The same slight hitch in the front passenger bumper, the same warped patch of reflection. It drifted past my mom's house without stopping, then out of frame. Opposite direction, a week apart. Almost the same time of night as when I had lain awake in my own apartment, listening to my building's machines line up and turn off, feeling like something was paying attention to the absence. On my phone screen, the Ring app cheerfully offered options in neat blue buttons: share, save, delete. As if this were just a video of a cat crossing the yard or a delivery truck pulling up. I did not hit any of them. I just stared until the screen dimmed, then lit up again under my thumb. The image of that silver car burned into my vision, even when it was not there. Going back to my own apartment after Grove City felt like walking back into a room where a conversation had been paused mid-sentence. Nothing looked different. The building still sagged the same way. The stairwell still echoed the same footsteps. The parking lot still held the same collection of tired cars under the same tired lights. I was the one that had shifted. The first thing that changed was how I heard everything. Before, the ambient noise of my building had been a kind of comfort, proof that life was happening in the units around me. Doors closing, someone running water, the elevator dinging faintly down the hall. It meant I was not alone. Now those sounds felt like markers on a map I had not meant to draw. The elevator ding at 11:45 p.m. became the neighbor on 3 coming home from second shift. The door slam at 12:02 became the guy at the end of the hall letting his dog out one last time. The heavier tread on the stairs around 1 a.m. turned into the woman on 2 taking her laundry down to the basement. And under all of that, whenever there was a thin enough gap in the human noise, I listened for engines. My sleep stopped being sleep and turned into a series of short, nervous naps. I woke up at specific times, my brain snapping me back to the surface as if someone had reached in and pulled. 12:23, 1:27, 3:11, 3:12, 3:16. The numbers glowed on my clock in the dark like coordinates. Each time, there was a sound to match. Sometimes it was an engine slowing outside, that particular decrescendo of RPMs that says a car is easing off the gas as it approaches something. Sometimes it was the distinct hush and then crunch of tires rolling over wet pavement, the slight slip and graze of water and rubber that you do not hear on a dry night. Sometimes it was nothing more than a low rumble that crawled through the floorboards and up the wall, as if the building had grown a second heart. I tried to be logical about it. Maybe one of my neighbors worked nights and had a regular schedule. Maybe a delivery driver had figured out that my street was a good cut-through between 2 busier roads. Maybe the person with the muffler that rattled had a bad sense of time management and always ended up driving home at 3 in the morning. That was what people did, right? They made patterns out of coincidences until those patterns felt like proof. I did not want to be that person. So I started keeping a record. The Notes app on my phone became a quiet little logbook. I did not put anything dramatic in it, no caps or exclamation marks, just timestamps and basic facts. 12:23, woke up, engine slowing, then accelerating. 1:27, woke up, brief silence and apt, then car rolls by, slowly. 3:09, AC plus fridge off at same time, then deep engine rumble outside for 20 seconds. I added weather when I remembered. Wet street, dry, windy. I added which direction I thought the sound had come from, front lot or side street, even though, lying in bed in the dark, it was hard to tell. Sometimes there were long stretches with nothing. 2, 3, 4 nights in a row where I slept more or less straight through. On those mornings, I would scroll through my notes, looking at the gaps, and try to feel reassured. See, it is not every night. See, you are not haunted. You are tired. But then the building would do that thing again. The AC would click off. The fridge would wind down. The upstairs TV would give a final sigh. The hallway fluorescent would drop its buzzing tone. And in that one heavy second where everything inside fell quiet at the same time, something outside would slide into the space. One night, around 2 a.m., I lay in bed with everything off on purpose. No TV, no white noise app, no fan. I had decided that if I was going to keep scaring myself with half-heard sounds, I might as well listen to them clearly. The apartment was very still. In the distance, I could hear the high, thin whine of the power lines that ran along the main road, a sound I had never noticed until I started listening for it. It sat in the air like a faint needle, always there if you tilted your head just right. And beneath it, eventually, came the low rumble. It started soft enough that I could have missed it, a vibration more than a sound, pressing lightly at the edges of the room. Then it grew, not loud, but present. Tires on wet asphalt. An engine turning over at low RPMs, just above idle. Not racing, creeping. The noise moved along the front of the building, pausing under my window, long enough for my heart to climb into my throat. There was no honk, no doors, no voices. Just a slow, patient roll. Then a subtle fade as it moved on. I lay there holding my breath until the high whine of the power lines became the only thing I could hear again. By day, all of this felt like something I could box up and label. Anxiety, hypervigilance, PTSD, maybe. I had a history that would make any counselor nod thoughtfully. An absent father with a temper. A haunted house job that had taken the word restraint too literally. A series of night shifts that trained my body to expect bad things after midnight. By night, that rational framing dissolved. The worst part was the isolation of it. The sense that I was the only one tuned to this particular frequency. I did not hear other doors opening when the engine slowed. No one leaned out windows. No heads poked between blinds. The building did not react. It just breathed its mechanical breaths and went on. I tried once to bring it up casually to Kayla during a lull at Starbucks. Do you ever feel like the same cars keep going past your place at night? I asked, wiping down the counter harder than necessary. She shrugged. My complex backs up to a Wendy's drive-thru, she said. I hear cars all the time. You tune it out or you go crazy. Right, you tune it out. I could not. The notes in my phone started to look like the handwriting of someone at the edge of something. I kept them anyway, because not writing it down felt worse, like letting it dissolve would mean it had never been real at all. Then one night, the noise gave me what I thought I wanted, something to look at. I had been in and out of sleep for hours, surface skimming instead of sinking in. The clock had read 12:23 once when I checked, then 1:14, then 1:27. Each time I woke, there had been some small sound to go with it. A car door outside, the elevator soft ding down the hall, a laugh quickly smothered from somewhere on the second floor. Around 2:40, as far as I remember, the building did its simultaneous exhale again. AC off. Fridge quiet. Upstairs TV finally silenced for the night. That thin line of power line whine hovering like a held breath. Then came the sound of an engine slowing under my window. This time, it was closer than usual. So close, I could almost feel the vibration in the mattress. The tires made that definite wet pavement whisper, a shh that rose and fell as the car crept along the front row of spaces. It stopped for a beat. The engine idled, low and patient, like someone was thinking something through. My chest was hot, my hands cold. I swung my legs out of bed before I could tell myself not to. The carpet scratched against my feet. My pulse thudded in my ears loud enough to almost drown the outside noise. I crossed the room in 3 steps, grabbed the cord of the blinds, and yanked them up in one motion, letting them rattle against the top rail. The apartment lights were still on, the lamp in the corner casting a soft yellow glow, the microwave clock glowing green from the kitchen, and their reflections slapped back at me in the glass. For a second, all I could see was my own face and the pale rectangle of my living room behind me. The engine sound faded, then picked up as the car began to move again, sliding toward the far side of the lot. In the reflection, beyond my shoulder, I saw something else. At the very edge of the frame, in the far corner of the parking lot, where the light from the lampposts got thin and grainy, there was a darker vertical shape, taller than a car, narrower than a tree. It leaned against what might have been the shadowed outline of a vehicle, or might have just been a patch of darker asphalt. The shape was still, too still. It had the outline of a person with one shoulder against something solid, head slightly bowed, as if looking at a phone, or at the lot, or at my window. I froze, fingers dug into the window frame. The glass gave me only ghost versions of things, smeared lights, pale copies. My brain filled in the rest, tracing the edges of that shape over and over until it became more real than it had any right to be. I wanted to see it without my own reflection in the way, without the lamp turning the window into a half mirror. For once, my body moved faster than my fear. I spun, lunged for the lamp, and hit the switch. The room dropped into darkness, swallowing my reflection. When I turned back to the glass, eyes straining to adjust, the parking lot outside had become a deeper, flatter version of itself. The lampposts painted small islands of light. My Civic sat where it always did. Farther out, the spaces blurred into shadow. The vertical shape was gone. Or it had never been there, and I had assembled a person out of a pole, a stain, and too little sleep. Either way, all I had left was a cooling pane of glass under my fingertips, the faint hum of the AC starting back up in the wall, and the feeling that whatever had been content to stay in my periphery until now had finally realized I was looking for it. Right now, it is just after midnight again. 12:23 a.m., if you care about the exactness of things. I am back at my little kitchen table on the 3rd floor, laptop open, knees pressed against the underside because the chair is always a little too tall for it. The fridge behind me is humming in that low, steady way that sounds almost like breathing if you do not think about it too hard. The overhead light has that faint, insect buzzing sound fluorescent bulbs get when they are halfway to burning out. Every now and then, if I stop typing long enough, I can hear the soft, distant whoosh of cars on the main road, somewhere beyond the parking lot and the line of other apartment buildings. This is where I started telling you all of this. It feels right to circle back here before I finish. I am writing this for a horror channel, not for the police. I want to be really clear about that. I never filed a formal report about the man in the room at Riverside. I did not walk into a station with a printed statement and say, he came through a locked staff door and put his hand on my restraints. I did not sit down with an officer and explained that the badge logs said the door never opened and the cameras glitched at the exact second I needed them not to. The most I did was that call from the police lot, the one where I gave a shaky description of a car and a route and a feeling. The dispatcher was polite. They made a note. That note probably sits in some digital file now, surrounded by 100 other little reports of suspicious vehicles and unsettling encounters, none of them important enough to move up the pile. As for the car, I do not have a license plate number I can swear to. I have impressions. A dent on the front passenger side bumper, the way the headlights sat in the frame, the slope of the hood. I saw it in passing at work, in my rear view on the highway, in the Ring camera's night vision, on the far edge of my own lot. Every time, I told myself I should memorize the plate, and every time it was either too dark or too fast, or the angle was just wrong. I do not have a clear face either. A brim pulled low in the drive-thru, a cloth mask in a red-lit room, sunglasses from behind a window, a shape leaning against shadow. If you asked me to pick someone out of a lineup, I would be guessing. I know what the man felt like. His quiet, his patience, his way of standing where systems did not quite see him. But that is not something that holds up in a court. The footage that might have helped, the camera in my room, the hallway feed, choked at exactly the wrong time. If you scrub through that night, you get me. The groups before and after, in a chunk of frozen frames and pixel storms where my memory says a door opened. On paper, in data, it looks like nothing happened. I am not telling you this because I want a comment section full of advice. I am not asking anyone to tell me what to do. I have already done the things people are going to suggest. I quit the job. I changed my routines where I could. I drove to a police lot and sat under a camera with my hands shaking on the wheel. I am not telling you this because I think haunted houses are secretly all run by predators, or because I want you to boycott every seasonal attraction in your town. Some of the people at Riverside were genuinely kind. Some of them loved horror the way other people love sports. It is not about that. What I want is something simpler and maybe worse. I want there to be a record somewhere outside my own head that says, there was a man who found his way into a door that should have been locked from both sides, in a hallway that supposedly needed a badge to open. There was a moment when I lay strapped to a metal bed, and someone came in without a word and tightened leather that no one else remembers touching. There was a car that seemed to show up where I was, at work, on the interstate, in front of my mother's house at 3 a.m, and drove slowly enough to learn the shape of my days. There were cameras pointed at some of those things, and the system we all trust to remember for us chose that exact slice of time to forget. I am angry, in a way that doesn't look dramatic from the outside. Not throwing things angry, just a low, steady burn at the negligence threaded through all of this. At the fact that the room I was strapped in did not have a live recording mic, only a loop for guests. At the way door logs can be treated like gospel even when people tell you they saw something the logs do not show. At how easy it is for someone who moves quietly and slowly to slip between all the layers that are supposed to keep us safe. I am afraid, obviously. I wish I could tell you I am not. That I wrote this all down, and suddenly the noises outside my window went back to being just noise. They have not. Mostly, though, there is this hollow kind of resignation that has settled in behind my ribs. The sense that there is only so much you can do when the things that scare you live in the gaps, between frames on a DVR, between the routes you are supposed to take, between your AC turning off and your fridge kicking on again. As I am typing this, the fridge behind me is still humming. The overhead light is still buzzing. Somewhere down the hall, someone just opened their door. I can hear the latch click and the clap of their shoes on the carpet. A siren wails faintly from the highway, climbing and then dropping away. I have not driven past the Riverside exit on I-70 at night since that last Saturday, not once. Even when it would have been the faster route to get somewhere, I have taken the long way around, cutting through Grove City, or sticking to surface streets that wind through neighborhoods and add 10-15 minutes to the trip. I tell people I am avoiding traffic. I do not tell them that my stomach knots every time I see the sign for that exit, even in daylight. For months now, I have been doing that. Taking the long way home like that buys me something. Distance, safety, whatever. And yet the sounds have followed me anyway. It does not matter that I am not on that stretch of interstate. The engines still slow under my window at the same strange hours. The building still gives me that 1 second of silence where all the systems inhale together. The Ring camera at my mom's house still flags motion in the middle of the night and shows a familiar dent rolling past with its headlights off. Maybe it is all just noise, and my brain is the haunted part. Maybe if you lived where I live and worked what I worked, you would start hearing patterns in everything too. But this way, if something ever does happen that fits neatly enough into a form for someone in uniform to care about, there will be more than just my word and a handful of corrupted files. There will be this story sitting out here in the open, in the exact place a man like the one I am talking about might go to see if anyone ever noticed him. I keep thinking about you more than I probably should. Not you as in a specific person, but you as in the shape I know you are in right now. You, listening to this in your car, with the engine idling in some parking lot. Maybe outside a Walmart, with the last few carts clacking together near the corral. Maybe in the corner of an apartment complex, backed into a space you hope no one notices. The steering wheel warm under your hands, the dash lights painting your face in pale green or blue, the heater ticking softly as it blows against your legs. You, in bed, AC humming, phone face down on your nightstand with the screen still faintly lit from when you hit play. Your room is dark except for that glow and maybe a crack of light under the door from the hallway. Your sheets twisted around your knees because you thought you would just listen for 10 minutes and then sleep. But now you are 2 stories in and too tired to stop. You, on your couch with the fridge kicking on and off in the next room. Maybe your TV is on, but muted, a loop of some show you have seen 100 times, just there to keep the room from feeling too empty. Maybe you have a lamp on low, the kind with a yellow shade that makes everything feel softer and smaller. Whoever you are in that triangle, car, bed, couch, I am not telling you this to make you jump at every noise around you. I am really not trying to scare you away from Halloween, from haunted houses, from whatever passes for fun where you live. Those places can be a rush. They can be a way to scream without having to explain why. What I want you to remember is something a little less marketable. All of those places, all of that fun, relies on a really specific illusion: control. Timed groups. 8 at a time. Move it forward. Clearly marked exits with glowing green signs that promise you can get out if you want to. Printed rules. Do not touch the actors. Do not run. No real weapons. Actors in makeup who will tell you exactly how far they are allowed to go, and then proudly bounce off that invisible fence. Managers who swear up and down that there are cameras everywhere, that staff-only doors are always locked, that there is a system. And most of the time, that is true. That is enough. The system works. People get scared in safe, predictable ways. They take pictures in the parking lot afterward and go home and sleep. The problem is, the people who like control the most are the ones who learn how to step around it. They learn where the cameras are pointed and where they are not. They learn which doors lock on a schedule and which ones never quite latch. They learn which roles strap someone down in the middle of a room and how long it takes a supervisor to get from one end of a maze to the other when things get busy. They learn how loud the soundtrack has to be for a person's voice to disappear into it. If you are listening to this in your car right now, with your engine idling, take a second and notice how many tiny noises are stitching your world together. The climate control fan, the faint buzz from your phone charger and the cigarette lighter, the low murmur of traffic moving past you in the lot or on the road. Maybe there is a neon sign buzzing nearby. Maybe there is a drive-through speaker crackling just out of sight. If you are in bed, notice your AC unit's rhythm. On, off, on again. Notice your fridge cycling in the kitchen, the way the hum rises and falls. Notice the distant hiss of someone's shower in the unit next to you, the plumbing in the wall clicking when they turn the water off. If you are on your couch, you probably hear all of that, plus your neighbor's TV through the wall, or footsteps upstairs, or the building elevator dinging somewhere down the hall. Now imagine this. For just 1 second, all of that stops. Your AC clicks off, your fridge ends its cycle, the traffic outside hits a red light all at once. The fan in your car shuts down when the engine idles lower for a heartbeat. The neighbor upstairs finally turns off their TV. The elevator is between floors. The hallway light buzz fades. It is not a big dramatic silence, not movie silence. It is just compressed. A pocket of quiet where your brain suddenly hears the lack of things it had stopped noticing. Every building has that second. Every car does too. Sometimes it is 2 seconds. Sometimes it is half of one. You only notice it when you are already on edge. That is the second I remember most. The one in the asylum room at Riverside when the group had just left and the doctor had just stepped out and the door hadn't opened yet. The heart monitor loop ticked on, then skipped. Then the lights hummed just a little lower, and there was this tiny gap where nothing moved. Right before the staff door latch turned, right before the man in the hoodie stepped through a door no one was supposed to be using. The same kind of second happened in my Civic, right before the sedan behind me committed to my exit. The cruise control steady, the engine noise flattening, the radio turned down so low it was hardly there, the road empty for a breath. That pause where you are waiting to see if the car behind you is going to keep going straight or blink its signal in time with yours. You have probably had your own version of that second. We do not talk about it like it matters, but our bodies remember it even when we pretend we do not. I am not telling you to obsess over it. I am not telling you to log every time your AC and fridge line up. I am not saying every pause in the noise means someone is watching you. What I am asking is that if you ever work in, or pay to be in, a place where people pretend to be trapped, strapped to beds, locked in cages, chained to walls, you take a closer look at who is actually trapped and who is not. Ask yourself, who can get out of their restraints with a single key, or a code, or a wave of a hand? Ask yourself, who could step through a staff door and into a dark room, and no one would challenge them because they look like they belong there? Ask yourself, if something went wrong in that space, who would be on the floor unable to move, and who would be the one standing in a doorway deciding what happened next? Most of the time, everyone goes home fine. The worst thing anyone walks away with is a sore throat from screaming, or a new story about how their friend pushed them into a clown actor. But every system has seams. Every illusion has a backstage where the rules are looser. And there are people who spend a lot of time learning exactly how to live in that seam, where the cameras glitch and the logs say the door never opened, and the only person who knows different is the one who was strapped down when it did. If you are ever in a room like that, and you realize you are the one who cannot move, just pay attention. Not only to the ones playing monsters, but to the quiet ones who are not quite playing anything at all. Right now, the whole story is sitting in front of me, stacked in black text on a bright white document. If I scroll, I can watch the weeks peel backward. Riverside, Starbucks, the ring clips, the parking lots, the straps, the hallway door. But I am at the bottom of it now, at my tiny laminate kitchen table, where this all started. The laptop takes up most of the table's surface. It is nothing special. 13-inch screen, a couple of keys shiny from use, but the glow from it turns the rest of the room into a dim outline. My coffee mug, mostly cold now, sits to the left, leaving a wet ring on the fake wood grain. My phone is face up and dark beside it, waiting to light up with something I do not want to see. The digital clock on the stove in the corner reads 12:23 a.m. in steady green numbers. That time has followed me around so much that seeing it now feels like an inside joke I am not fully in on. The stove's glass door throws a faint reflection of the kitchen back at me. Cabinets that were painted white one too many times. A dish towel hanging crooked off the oven handle, the edge of my own shoulder when I lean back. The fridge behind me is humming, a low, constant vibration that fills the spaces the laptop does not. The AC unit under the living room window is on low, its fan pushing out a soft stream of chilled air that I can feel on the back of my neck. Upstairs, my neighbor's TV is murmuring through the ceiling, some late-night show bleeding into a dull wash of voices and canned laughter. My fingers move over the keys. Soft clack, clack, clack. The sound is light, almost delicate, but in the quiet of the apartment, it feels loud enough to count as its own kind of heartbeat. Each tap lays another word into the document, another nail into the timeline I have built. I am writing the last paragraph before this one, the part where I say, I want there to be a record outside my own head, where I admit that avoiding the Riverside exit has not stopped the noises from finding me. The typing slows as I reach for the right wording. My right index finger hovers over the semicolon key. For a second, my brain goes blank. That is when the fridge hum stops. It does not wind down slowly. One moment, it is there. The next, it is gone, leaving behind a thin ringing in my ears that I had not realized the motor had been covering. Half a beat later, the AC shuts off with a small, definitive click. The stream of air against my neck disappears, replaced by stillness. The light buzz of the fan dies, as if someone yanked a plug in another room. Through the ceiling, the neighbor's TV cuts out mid-line. No fade, No outro music, just silence where a second ago there was a muffled argument between two actors I was not really paying attention to. For one full second, the apartment goes mechanically still. The laptop is still glowing. The digital clock on the stove is still showing 12:23. My own breathing is still moving in and out of my chest. But everything that hums, clicks, whirs, or drones as part of the building's automatic life stops at exactly the same time, leaving a pocket of silence so clean it feels manufactured. In that second, I hear it. Tires on wet pavement, directly beneath my window. The sound is slow and deliberate, the kind of roll that happens when a driver is riding the brake, letting the car creep forward foot by foot. The asphalt outside still holds the damp from an earlier drizzle, and the rubber against it makes that particular whispering hiss, like someone dragging their palm across a soaked tabletop. Underneath the tires, there is the low growl of an engine idling just a little too high. Not the soft purr of park, but the held tension of drive, when a car is ready to move at the slightest lift of pressure from a foot. It is not racing. It is not roaring. It is waiting. Every muscle in my body locks. My fingers freeze over the keyboard, one of them resting on the empty space between keys, the others curled just above the letters. The last word I typed sits half-finished on the screen, an orphan syllable blinking politely as the cursor flashes at its end. I do not get up. I do not go to the window. We have done this dance enough times now that I know how it goes. I look too late, or at the wrong angle, and all I get is empty lot and my own reflection. Or I see just enough to make the back of my brain itch for weeks. Tonight, with the engine sound sitting directly under my floor like a second deeper heartbeat, the idea of putting my face against the glass feels like stepping out onto a stage I did not agree to be on. So I sit there. The only sound inside the apartment is my heart beating in my ears, a thick pulse that makes my vision feel a fraction out of sync with itself. Outside, the engine hums, and the tires hiss on the damp pavement, then pause. The car holds position below my window for a length of time that I cannot measure, because the part of my brain that counts seconds has been overwritten by the part trying not to breathe too loudly. Then, just as that 1 second of compressed quiet starts to stretch into something unbearable, the apartment remembers how to make noise. The fridge kicks back on with a dull clunk, its motor rising to a familiar low grind that fills the kitchen again. The AC unit under the window clicks. Then the fan starts up, blowing cool air against my neck and rattling the cheap plastic vents. From somewhere 2 buildings over, a car door slams, the sound distant, but real enough to make me flinch. The engine beneath my window fades, almost politely, folding itself back into the general murmur of the complex's night sounds. Tires roll, turn, and move away. If I had just come home now and heard it, I would have called it traffic and nothing more. My fingers find the keys again. The half-finished sentence on the screen waits patiently. I finish it, then add one more, then another. The story has to stop somewhere, even if what it describes is not. In the end, the closing line I land on is simple, because anything more poetic feels like lying. I type, if you read this on your channel, that will be proof. At least that for one October in Ohio, I was not imagining all of it. I sit with that for a minute. The glow of the laptop reflects faintly off the stove door and the window glass, making the room look like it has more light sources than it actually does. My hands hover over the keyboard, then drop to the touchpad instead. The mouse arrow moves across the screen to the Sendy button on my email draft. The subject line is already filled in. Story: things that follow you home. True or not, I need it out of my head. The to field has your channel's address. The body is just what you have been hearing. As I position the cursor over send, a small notification pops up in the bottom right corner of my screen, half covering it. The icon is from the app my apartment complex uses for security and parking updates, the one I signed up for when they repaved the lot last spring. New vehicle entered lot, silver sedan, visitor tag issued. The timestamp next to it matches the clock on my stove. 12:23 a.m. I do not click it. I do not open the app. I do not check which space the tag was assigned to or what entry camera picked it up. I keep my eyes on the send button and press down on the mouse. The tiny plastic switch under my finger makes a soft, definitive click. Almost perfectly in sync with it, from somewhere below my floor and through 3 layers of glass and concrete, I hear the faint, muffled sound of a car door shutting.